That was an interesting remix. Hi guys. You've been here since 6 and who did beat you? Yeah, I actually saw the messages in chat. I opened OBS and it was just there and I was like, whoa! Skill issue, oh my god. Hello everybody! Hi Cupcake! Hi Joggin! Hi Hooded! Hi Yaku! Hi Hero! How's everybody doing? We might as well start. I mean, the ad is gonna play, but honestly, it's just gonna be me talking for a smidge anyway, so... we are doing Genshin things. So I'm gonna pop the actual Genshin music on. And we're just gonna pause that music for a second. And then we're gonna go boop! How's everybody? How was your week? Did anything exciting happen? We had a fucking huge storm today, followed by a giant fart cloud hanging over my area. So that was cool, I guess. I don't know if anyone else Johannesburg side snorfed it, but woof! Everyone was blaming their dogs. And I was like, nah, my dog's farts don't smell like that. They smell worse. Why do I look so small today? Let's go big. Go big or go home. I'm already home, so... You were driving in that rain? Oh, damn. Did you drive through the fart cloud as well, Hero? Hey, Yaku! How's the weather today? Oh my god. Damn work meeting making me miss start. It's all good. Don't worry, nothing exciting's happening. Yeah, fucking... Thank you, Yaku. The thunderstorm was massive today. And then the stank air from some other part of the country got blown over my house, so that was cool. It's not the first time it's happened. Not through the fart. Maybe you didn't get the fart then. You've been enjoying the real spam on Insta stories? Oh, I always spam fucking stupid shit on Insta stories. I always forget that I do it. Because I used to do it before I started streaming and it's just habit. So, yeah. No storm by you, just fat cloud. That did nothing. I mean, fair. I think the fat cloud got blown my way, to be fair. Also, I can't read that. Ah! Potato. Potato. Please translate. Ione. Ah, it's the middle part I'm lazy to read. Huh? You wanna go get food? Potato de kotoba. Ione. Huh? Kotoba? I picked up more than I expected, to be fair. The word potato isn't a... Oh, potato good, yeah. I forgot I posted that. Cupcake, enjoy whatever you're gonna go eat. And thank you, Dragon, for the onigiri. It's kind of hiding in the corner there. I don't know why. But anyway, it's there now. But yeah, so I don't know where it is exactly. There's a shut up captions. I'm not doing captions today. I spaced and forgot what I was saying. Oh, right, the fart clouds. So last year it happened as well, where there was this massive storm that like blew through, and depending on the direction that the wind blows through from, there's this ungodly stench that comes along with it. Because there's a mine or a paper processing or something. There's some kind of industrial stank that comes along with it. And apparently there's some parts of South Africa that get hit more frequently and worse than we do, so I should be grateful. But you know what? My water gets switched off all the time. My electricity gets switched off all the time. I'm gonna whinge if I wanna, you know? Fuck it. I'm gonna fucking whinge if I so choose to do so, you know? Not a fuck will be given. Not a single one. And I will whinge if I want to. I'm just gonna do running around things, but I think this is okay. I just need to switch people around. I don't know why it's ordered like that. No. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Water processing and paper processing. Yes, a paper mill. There's a paper mill that I went past. What is that place? It starts with an N. Not gonna fucking remember. That's what it's called. Anyway, there's a place that I've been past a couple times, and every time you go past there, there's just this horrible stank. Also, dog food. Places where they make the factories where they make the dog food. That is also stank as all hell. Don't know why. Smells kind of normal when the dogs get it. I guess, to some degree, question mark. But, yeah. The places that make dog food as well. Those places are stanky. Nasty. Ugh. I'm not saying I'd eat dog food. I did as a kid. But, you know, as an adult person, I would not. Give me treasure box! Hiya, bus! Please. I have 3% left in this area. Give me peace. You almost worked in a dog food plant? Oh my god. I think your sense of smell would have given up on life. You wouldn't have ever known if you had COVID. Because you would not have a sense of smell anyway from having worked there. I feel like the people who work in jobs that stink, they can't have like a sense of smell. You just tune out smell and you no longer have that sense anymore. It's just gone. It's unrefined. When you breathe, you just breathe air because your body doesn't want to process the smells that it's snorfing up. Adult person, I'm an adult child. You've picked up the way you say anyway at the end of your conversations. I say anyway. I do a lot. Do I say it in a weird way? I don't know. Anosmia. Fuck. Anosmia. Fuck. I don't know how to say that. Is that not being able to smell? It's like, ah yes, I want to work in a paper mill. I also cannot smell anything. Hire me. I'm the perfect employee. I can't smell your stank. It's a weird thing to say. Why my phone beep 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 this whole time? Bruh, give me a piece. Ooh. There's a weather warning. Possible flooding. Yeah, that's the kind of message I want to see. Anyway. Whoa! Sorry, Cupcake. You can use the channel point one. Hey! Okay, maybe you don't have to. Thank you for the subby, Jargon. Now you can breathe again, Cupcake. You can make use of your... you can make use of your points, sir. You saving your points? Oh, okay. A pepper mill? Okay, that sounds like infinitely worse, Hooded. I don't know about you, but I sneeze a lot with pepper. My eyes water. We're talking about like pepper, right? Not like chili pepper or like bell pepper, like pepper, like black pepper. Why pepper? That kind of shit makes me sneeze. Because of pepper mill, right? The thing that... For the pepper, that's what you meant, right? Question mark?
Anosmia.
Anosmia! Thank you. I could have done that myself. What an idiot. Why didn't I think to do that? You had to use your points. Sorry, Cupcake. I just got you now and I hear Cupcake. I want. Oh, you're gonna have to eat the hella mad Cupcake because that's the only Cupcake we have here. Sorry, Brymester. Did you bring Bry? Because now I'm talking about Bry and you better... I hope you brought Bry to share with the class. Also, I don't know. I think it was yesterday. Give me a chest, you fuck! This game is a fuck. It won't give me chest. Anyway. Was it yesterday?
The heck is anosmia question mark?
Question mark. It is, you cannot sniff. You cannot snorf. Ability to snorf the things is gonzos. Or something, I think. Can't smell. I think your body still has the capacity to stank, but you yourself, you cannot, your nose does not process the smells that it snorfs. I think that makes sense. So you could smell, but you wouldn't be able to smell yourself. Haha. Give me chest. Jogger needs to try a booty roll. I mean, listen, maybe I'm gonna lose my South African citizenship for this, but I don't particularly care for booty rolls. You may cancel me now. Oh, Paimon shush. I see you have the glasses. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, don't perceive me. Don't perceive me. No! I almost gave myself very tired looking eyes because I'm tired of your shit, Hooded. Huh? I'm tired of your shit. Nudge, nudge. No nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Also, I learned, fuck, now I can't remember what it was. It was, to eat. I want to eat. A friend of mine posted on their story on Instagram and I looked at it and I was like, ah, yes, I'll remember this. There was the kanji. What was their name? Oh. I hate when I know people by a different name and then when I try and go look for their accounts, I'm like, who the fuck are they on Instagram? Why are you a different person? Why are you not using your government name? How am I supposed to find you, man? Please. Oh, there they are. Tabetai! Tabetai. Taberu? You're a different person on Insta too, you are. And I didn't recognize you for the longest fucking time, Cupcake. I was like, who's this douche canoe? I even posted a lot on a private story about you, Cupcake. Because you were like, shouldn't you be working? And I was like, who the fuck is this oak? It was you. So that was pretty funny. Yeah, private story. Private story. I was like, who are you to tell me I should be working? What the fuck? Fight me like, I will fight you. Next convention. Next convention, I will fight you. Just pray that I don't have a cosplay with a sword, because I'll bop you with it. I'll bop you. No questions asked. Hi, Demon Wolf. I'm doing good. How are you? Are you surviving? How wankadoodles is this weather, though? Some fresh hell at the moment. Whee! I didn't go... Raiden go slide. She's gonzos. You got publicly, privately called out. She will never know it's me. Listen, so because I have a business account, you know, not all messages actually come to me. What is this thing? Is this a thing I haven't done? Oh, it is a thing I haven't done. So some messages don't come to me. It goes to like a... Oh, guys, I hate it, actually. It's very confusing. So there's... There's 3 inboxes. There's 3. Right? If I open, there's primary, general, requests, but within requests, there are more requests. There are what they call hidden requests. I'm like, why the fuck? You already have a separate tab for message requests. Why you got a hidden requests as well? And I was like, okay, maybe it's for spam. I've had actual people, like human being messages stuck there because I don't see it. And I'm just like, why do 3-4 categories just for messages? Like, I can understand, like, a private and then, you know, the peepos, but 4! It's unnecessary. You're all good? You love the weather? You didn't get a waft of the stink cloud just now? My neighbors were complaining about the stench. They were like, oh, my dog just blasted ass. Meanwhile, it's actually just the stink cloud. But, you know. Talk about conventions. You're going to Comic-Con Cape Town? I'm not, Prime Minister. Unfortunately, I will still be in Johannesburg at that time. I will be moving to Cape Town the month after that. I'm so glad. And I cannot afford to just fly to Cape Town, go to a convention, and then come back, and then move to Cape Town the next month. So, unfortunately. But whatever convention comes after that, sure. I will be there. Like a bear. Rawr. I have so many anon-haters now because of that private story. It was so long ago, Cupcake. I'm sure no one remembers. I just think about it from time to time because I find it fucking hilarious. It's true she will bop you. Yeah, I will. I don't give a fuck. They let me into the convention center with a weapon. That's security's problem, right? You'll get to play a game that I've been struggling to find co-op players for. Grounded. Ah! Most people are freaked out by the car or truck size spoilers. Oh man, I really wanted that game, but it's so expensive. I was like, ugh! Even on sale, I was like, ugh! No thank you. Next time, maybe. You got a BRB, you gotta do your dailies? Oh shit, for your friend? Go, go, go. Go do them. You gonna miss me? Ah, man. It's fine. I'll be at the next one. I'll be at whatever Cape Town events comes next. Alright, so I need to do this thing. Is it this guy? I think? Question mark? Oh, shush. Your character takes half a step forward and suddenly they don't know how to walk anymore. Anyway. Couldn't even shame me with me knowing. Surprised you didn't remove me as a follower. Nah, it's okay. Get Game Pass? I do have Game Pass. But I don't like using Game Pass because it's a fuck. There's nothing I hate more than the fucking Xbox app. It's an actual piece of hot shit. I hate it. I hate it with every fiber of my being. So I got a free Game Pass from something. I don't know what it was. And honestly, I just can't be fucked to try and use it because that app just gives me a fucking headache. I can't. I don't know if anyone else feels that way about it, but I feel very strongly about how much I hate fucking... Oh, it's so annoying. I can't. Like, I'll actually pop a fucking vessel here trying to express to you just how much I hate using that fucking app. Anyway. You weren't named and shamed, at least, Cupcake? Just shamed? Yeah. No one knows it was you. I'm not gonna name and shame. You can get into shit for that. So I'll just, like, on the sly, be like, hey, look, this fuck said this. Hi, Moose! Hi, small baby! We're currently in lack of electricity, so we just vibing. Oh, man. You buy Mau Mau? Is his cup of Coke full? Does he have a full glass of Coke? I'm just asking. Did you hear it? You went on that mini rant and ended with anyway. So it's at the end of my rants. At the end of whatever thing I'm yelling about at the time, I'm just like, anyway. I hate fucking... Yeah, I didn't finish my sentence, but anyway. Because I was so mad. I just couldn't think of what the thing was called. After yelling about it for like 2 whole minutes, I couldn't remember what it was called after I said that. I like that you dated it as well, though, Hero. Thank you for that. But also out of curiosity, what is that formatting? Your Wi-Fi's gonna go out soon? Oh no! Make sure his glass stays full then. Otherwise you may have to deal with a monster. The fuck was me? Me with a diamond badge, exactly. I don't know if you had a diamond badge at that time. I can't remember now. The timeline is a little bit blurry. But, yeah. Very funny. Very funny coinky dinkies. Ah, man. Ooh! 99! What happened? Was it the water shits? Don't you fucking tell me. I've probably got a box sitting somewhere in the water here that I have to go find out. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah, the water shits. The worst kind. Well, no, I think water shits are okay. It's if they're watery shits. Because if they're just shits in the water, you know, it's fine. Let them vibe out. I see a chest over there. Is that the one? If it's just poo in the water, it's okay. If it's a watery shit, however, I take issue with that one. Please let this be the one. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna look. We're gonna look. How much further along should we go? A little bit of a dock here. There's two over there. Oh my god, there's so many of these things. Now I say fuck you too and she just laughs at me? Couldn't be me. Could not be me. Okay, so you go pop. And then you go pop. And then... I didn't pick up the buff. It's okay though. This is fine. Imagine knowing how to play this game. Could not be me. Her stats are pretty scuffed at the moment, but it's okay. It's a work in progress, you know? You know what I'm saying? You American formatted? You did. You did. You got infected by the Moroccas. And this guy just fucking straight up vibing over here. He should go to Mao's house and have a coke with him. What's in your pocket, homie? Ooh, an energy block. Can I? No? I can't turn it on? Damn it! Like, where's that button to turn him on? Oh, fuck this noise. Goddamn. Anyway. How do you play with Sada? I struggled figuring out how to Shorty Bay. So, as far as I know, she's fairly simple. Weapon choice I had on before. Toddy's using her old weapon. I had sacrificial on her. Because this resets the thing. So it's nice if you can do that buff as often as you can. And then artifacts, I have 4-piece Noblies. If you have C6, that's best in slot. Because it gives a buff. It gives a cray buff to electro damage. So she is like, you know, Goro is she's the electro Goro for Geo, if that makes sense. She hella buffs Geo. She hella buffs Electro. Goro hella buffs Geo. Miku-chan, I don't know what her name is. She hella buffs Animo, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's the best one that you want. And then, very simply, if you make like this ability and you go pa, you throw that down. You want your character to have those feathers. Do you see them? The little uppy arrows and the black feathers. That means she has the buff that her E gives. I think that buff gets dropped. I mean, it definitely gets dropped with her skill. I don't know if the buff gets dropped by the Q. I'm not too sure. In any case, you can either make like so, and then immediately switch, and then she picks up the buff. You see the feathers? Alternatively, you cast, and then you shoot it where you want the other character to pick it up. And then, bam, black feathers. That's what gives the buff. That's how you use Shorty Bay. You're in a work meeting with your camera on doing your dailies, and I can see the flashes on my screen. Oh no! As long as no one... I hope your camera is like... you should get like oil or Vaseline or something and just blur the shit out of your camera a bit. Unless you're not using the nice camera. Just blow your camera a bit so no one can see that you're playing Genshin. Imagine someone at work finds out that's how you play Genshin because they saw the reflection of your character's attack in your glasses. Oh my god. I used to, when I used to work, I used to see that sometimes because I'd have Cookie Run running on my like computer in the background. And so I'd be working my laptop in front of that screen. And so every time there was like a big flash because someone's ability went off, my face would light up and I could see it in... I could see it in the video and I was like, shit! They never asked anything, thankfully. But you know, the concern was always there. Are they gonna know? Investigate, point to your right, the Mora rocks. Nani? This better be worth it, Hooded. We were watching B movies, like the B movie, or what rocks you on about, sir? I'm gonna ban you if there's no shiny rocks. What you talking about? Potato! Oh, this one. Thank you. Is that the one? Was that the one? Hey! Thank you. You're being spared a ban another day. B movies? Oh, low budget. Oh, I thought you meant like the B movie. Anyway. One guy was watching at work and Poggies came on screen like 4 times. You almost got him fired? Oh my goodness. Oh man. That's great. Thank you for the head pads, Demon Wolf. Okay, there we go. We have the 3rd area now. That is 100%. Where do we go next? I want to go here, but I'm also like... does it include these little guys in the cave? Because I do not want to... The things you have to do to not get banned? Yeah. There's a constant threat of being banned. You have to check yourself before you wreck yourself, you know? No worries, no worries. But yes, the reflections on the face thing is a little bit spicy. Boop. Alright. What do you mean? Oh, this? Is it this thing? How do you get in here? Let me in! Have you taken the luxurious chest in Vanarana yet? So, I don't know, question mark? I know that I am missing, you know there's that cave full of the Aranara chests? There's like 20 chests in there or some shit. How many times are you gonna lie about BRB, Hooded? Yeah, Hooded, the second I say something, Hooded's like, oh wait, I have some shit to say. And then he never goes. He's stuck here forever. Fuck off, Hooded. Go do your thing, whatever you're gonna go do. Go poop! You'll probably need to poop. Go poop. You can come tell me about the chest later. Pooping is important. Go poop first. Yeah, Raiden? I don't know what you're saying, girlie. All I heard was ame, so she was talking about the rain. Why is she talking so much? A regular chatty Cathy over here. What is in the ground? How do you get in the ground? Is there an entrance somewhere? Tower of Abject Pride? My god, what a dramatic name. Tower of London? No, thank you. Google food, please. Give me peace. Underground part of the ruins of Dari? Oh, there's an underground. Well, let's go have a fucking look. I ain't got shit else to do. Oh, I needed to do a bit of the event, actually, now that I think about it. But we'll go do this first. I said I want to play a little bit of Genshin before we start with the shenanigans. Also, is it cold or is it hot? I'm so confused. I have shorts and a hoodie on. Make it make sense. I have a hoodie on, but I have the sleeves rolled up. So is it underground part here? Have I been in here? I see the hole, but... I know I've been here, but have I been down? I miss the dumbest things in this game. And then there's me. Shorts and no shirt? You're gonna lose your nips that way. That's how you lose nips, by not wearing appropriate clothings. Did I come in here before? Put on a shirt, you weirdo. Yeah, exactly. You weird. Ow. Your house is warm. Yeah, it is a little bit warm though. I don't know what's going on. I was cold earlier. I was like laying in bed, waiting for the electricity to come back. That's how you lose what? Your nips! Your nipples! You just traipsing around shirtless. Have I not been in here? Have I been in here and I just don't remember? Is this friend? You're not my dad. Clothing is optional unless guests are coming. Guys, it's cold. What are you talking about? I feel like I'm gonna bop this thing and then these things are gonna come to life. This seems like a bad idea. Wait, is this not done already? Or is it that thing I need to do? Oh my goodness, the brain. You opt out? Of what? Guests coming? This seems like a bad idea, but okay. Not all of us get cold like you. Oh man, I don't even know if I'm hot or cold at this moment. Because I know the second I tie up my hair or take off this hoodie, I'm gonna get cold again. I know I came in at the wrong time if the first thing I hear is that's how you lose your nips. Hi, Ox. How are you? Oh man. Oh, you opt out of wearing clothing? I mean, you know. To each their own, I guess. Whatever floats your goat, man. Whoa! Wow! Tasty snacks. I'm guessing that's done. Because I couldn't find, like... The things are pointing to it. Are they supposed to be? That's fine. Let's go in here, since this is brand spankety new. No, wait, I've been in here. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure I've been in either this place or a place just like it. Because it looks weirdly familiar. Guess I'll change teams. I'm pretty sure I have done this thing. God damn it, I got bamboozled. Nice. I was the same till I lost weight. Now I get cold easier. Ah, but you still get fucking hot. You can't win, basically, is what you're saying. You and your nips are doing good. Fantastic for now. Don't know about later on, but we'll cross that bridge. Are you planning on having something happen to your nips? I'm just asking. Do you think something's gonna be happening to your nips? I feel like if something is gonna happen, you know, that's kind of something that you would plan. I'm sure I've done this. Sweetie. Time for your Japanese. Best of luck. I hope it goes well. Pew, pew, pew. Bam, 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 bam. $38! Fuck! That's warm as hell. Are you guys okay? The small brain is real right now. Oh, mushroom. Oh, but what are those? What are these? Is minus four? Oh, that's too cold. That looked fake. That looked fake as all hell. I had Mrs. Honda show me pictures of her husband. Duolingo, explain. I don't think they're talking in Celsius. I know they're not talking in Celsius. I'm not dumb. But thank you, Demon Wolf, for man-explaining. You love the new team you have? Beidou, go with the teddy. Oh, Xiangling, Chi-Chi, and the boy with the sword that goes flying. Can't remember the names. Prime Yester. You're gonna have to give me a little more information than boy with the sword that goes flying, because that part I'm not too sure about. Why are you pointing up, you asshole? It's back? I gotta go back? Tenandayo! Winter has been strangely warm. Yeah, and my summer's been strangely cold. It's fucking freezing shit all the time. I'm so confused. Why you say this away? Minus 38. Jeez. Did you see you'll be getting Yao Yao for free? I did! Mushroom? What's that? The small brain is real right now. Oh, mushroom. Smooth brain gets excited for mushroom. Nice. Why is it that weird line? Is that from Genshin or? It is from Genshin. Okay, we're good. I should speak in Celsius in regards to temp as I'm here. No, it's fine. It's fine, Ox. Very weird winter. What? Such a big shift in temperature. Oh, man, we have fucking stupid shifts like that as well, but it's currently summer and the weather's just being all kinds of dumb right now. Wait, what am I doing in here again? I was looking for chest. Chest is this way apparently. Oh my god, it's just sitting there. Oh. Good job. Good job! Oh my god, I got bamboozled by mushroom! This bitch! Nyum. Hi Novus! Hello, hello, how are you? Also guys, sorry, I want to try something quick. I can't quite remember what it does, but I made a button on my thing. Whoa! Okay. The message. Cool. Subscribers only mode. And I don't remember, there was something else it was supposed to do. Oh, right. It turned off alerts. I think. Or did I turn off the wrong alerts? This is still showing. So maybe that bit didn't work. Bye-bye, must be sub. You are subbed, you dummy. Alright. So I need to fix that because something didn't happen there that was supposed to happen. VIP bypasses, but that's fine because if they have VIP, right? Surely if they have VIP, they're okay. It's not like anyone can just give themselves VIP. Same with mod, VIP, or sub. I think all those people are fine. If that makes sense. Oh, Xingqiu. Oh, Amber? Interesting. Oh, refunding cupcake won't help. Wait. Oh, right. Nothing happened. I was just checking a button. So apparently there's been a lot of issues lately with people playing Jackbox. I wonder if this was the one that this thing was telling me to go find. That's fine. I want to try and get to the end though, because I want to go unlock that other door. But yeah, so because we're playing Jackbox tonight, I just wanted a button I could quickly press while I try and crowd control the nonsense. But the point of that button is just to make it a bit easier. That way no one has to use their brain power to fix it. Is it through here? What is this hole? No, no, no. This is not the way. If I'm not mistaken, that's a totally different thing. But yeah, it's just to warn people if something does happen. Sub only? I mean, it's clearly not sub only if you're sending a message. I was just testing something out on my stream deck. It's okay, guys. I just wanted to test it. I think I need to go up this way. Refund? No refunds. You're stuck here now, Cupcake. And this? This is a casual tree trunk that you can just go down to get in here. This is not really what I want, though. This is good to know, though. Hi, back. Welcome back. Day 617. Nice. Can I ask a question regarding AR? Yes, you can. MR 29? Shit, I think I'm only like 26. No pluggies and no refunds. Dan knows the rules. Them's the rules. Dan has spoken. I don't see myself as being stuck. I see it more as you're stuck with me. Oh, yeah. Definitely. This fuck who wanted to challenge me and how I spent my free time. Shouldn't you be working? Shouldn't you be keeping your opinion to yourself and mind your business? No, I'm joking. What the fuck did I get Mora from? Hutao is coming? Yes, she is. Oh yeah, guys, there's codes. It's on my Discord. It's on the Genshin Impact channel thing. I've done these ones already. Yeah. So if you're on the Discord and you need the codes, you go get them there. When is the best time to rank from 45? It's always the best time. There's like, as far as I know, there's no need to not rank up. Woo! Nice. There's no reason to not rank up. I would say if you feel that your characters are strong enough, just do it. If you're comfortable with the game, just do it. You can always rank down, exactly. I think also people have like a fear from us bumbos who've been playing since the beginning of the game, where there was this like difficulty. It scaled like weirdly. They've apparently changed that. I don't fucking know. They changed a lot since I started playing this game, so... Ah! No! Shit. I can't zoom out for some reason. That was weird. Man, my bubble's gone now. These guys aren't Hydro. But they are dead now. They just added Dendro so you beat everything no matter which characters you have. Exactly. Dendro's OP as shit, man. Also, if I missed any messages, apologies. Let me just scroll back for a second. You made a good impression at Comic-Con. Did I? I'm gonna take your word for it, Cupcake. You're gonna try the rank? Nice! Do it! Just do it! And like Hooded said, you know, if you struggle a little bit, then you can always just bop it down a bit. It was still very hard at World Level 5 when I did it, not long ago. Someone, I don't know, someone told me that, that they had changed it. That they've changed something about the scaling. I don't know though, because obviously I hit that a long time ago. Actual dinosaur at this game, so... Up? What do you mean up? It's gonna be another thing sitting out in the open. How up is it? Give me a slingshot. What is this bullshit? I have to climb? Unbelievable. Kids of today. They don't know what it is to climb the cliffs. Hi, Puppety! Wish I saw you were streaming, just raided some rando. Oh, I mean, that's fine. Maybe you find... That's how you find people sometimes. You make friends that way. But no worries. How are you doing, Puppety? How long have you been playing? Since the 10th of the 10th, 2020. Is it in the slump again? I did not look in any stumps at all. I'll tell you that now for free. Hard mode katakana? Oof. If I had the flexibility, I would much rather lick the underside of my foot than try and read what that says. I can't do katakana hooded. It's too hard. My brain already left the building. Where is this? Appam Woods. There's a log over here. I guess you can come here and then go there. I went hard mode and swam across the thing. Here for a good time, not a long time. You got load shedding at 8. Oh no, sorry, Puppety. I had load shedding from 4 until 6:30. And then it took ages to come back on. May or may not have seen me being mad on tweeters. Because I have nothing else to do but sit and wait for it to come back on. I could switch my PC on, but then what if the power just doesn't come back? I guess- oh, Jesus, load! It's Friday, so it doesn't matter as much as it normally does. For A's work, I mean. Was this guy just shielding through everything? Shield through this. Asshole. Friday! It's Friday, Dan. Dan, stream when? Stream when? I'm gonna be busy on Sunday. So if you stream on that Sunday, I won't see you, but... Ooh. You need a pack? Wow, where are you going? Official in Japanese. Fishuru? No pluggies! Shut up, Dan. Fishuru. Ah! Where are you going, Cupcake? Why are you packing? You just got into the Inuzuma area? Ooh! Nice! Prime Yester! Enjoy! Enjoy! It was quite exciting. Well, it's been exciting. Every time I get to a new area, I'm like, ooh, lots of things to see, lots of things to do, lots of chests to cry about because I can't find them. It's a very exciting experience. Going to the dam with my girlfriend and her family. Ooh, but you have to leave stupid early on Sunday for work. Oh no! Waiting for new GPU, but you will tomorrow. Ah, nice, nice. Okay, I don't think I'm doing anything. Oh, I'm going out for dinner? Question mark, I think. Because we don't have electricity again. So I'm going out for dinner. To the parental's house. I just messaged Ray's mother. I was like, do you feel like feeding us? Is it time for food? And she's always happy to have us. Her other kids get salty because they'll eat like whatever, but the second Ray and I go over to eat, she like whips out the fine china. Whoops! No! Why am I falling, bro? What the fuck? Did I accidentally jump off? She makes all the puddings and shit. And her other kids are like, what the fuck? What about us? Because we're the favorites, apparently. It's a very hostile area. It is! Goddamn! The thing is, like... Nahida, stop! Just stand still, girl. Like so. Inazuma had the weather attacking you, and this place has got the wild animals. You'll just... I don't know if you saw earlier, but there was these cats that just jumped out of nowhere. And pounced on my little head for no reason. Unprovoked. I was simply near them, and they were like, fuck you! Because that's how they work. A share box? Ooh! Wifey working till 1 PM? For lunch or for dinner? But yeah, we almost got a share box actually. Ray came to me and he was like, so I got us a share box, and I was like, oh, okay. And then he was like, JK lol. He got Chinese instead. I don't know why he thought nuggies were a thing to make a joke about, but you know. I need to visit your mother-in-law too. I need the puddings. She makes custard slices, she makes brownies. She makes everything, to be fair. She wanted to make Melba pudding last time, but she was busy. She had to do work things. And she was like, don't you want to make the Melba pudding? I just looked at her and I was like, I don't even like Melba pudding. You want me to make it? And she was like, okay. But she'd already made stuff. But she wanted to make that and Melba pudding. I was like, you don't need both. Just one is fine. Nuggies are better than Chinese food? Hard to disagree. No, easiest to disagree of my life. Cupcake, what the fuck? Oh, she's working till 1 AM? Oh my goodness. You don't know what a share box is, Prime Yester? It's, oh, Oxhost as well. It's nuggies. It's fries and nuggies, but it's like... I think it's like 24 nuggies. So there's like normal nuggies and spicy nuggies. And then it comes with a whole bunch of fries as well. I feel like it's supposed to be for like a family. Ray and I eat it between the two of us. We don't finish the fries normally. What area am I? Am I in the right area still? Oh gosh, this place is awful. 2 Big Macs, 2 cheeseburgers, 4 fries, 4 nuggets, and 4 cool drinks. Okay, we were talking about different share boxes then. Definitely. You could go for some nuggies right now. Yeah? The vegetarian ones? You'll come share a box. You'll share a box with Ox. What's gonna be in your box though? In your doors. Ew, spicy! I'm gonna ban you for saying that, Ox. What do you mean, ew, spicy? I can't believe you. White people and their aversion to spice. Ox, I can't take you seriously right now. We found the British person. He's not British though, he's American. I don't know if that makes it better or worse though. That is barely a breakfast? What the heck? Nah, I can't, man. You ate too much Chinese food in your life? It's mid now? Oh man, why'd I love Chinese food? It's so good. Traveled half the world but didn't discover spines. Yes! I love saying that. Not only traveled half the world, but invaded and colonized. That's definitely the British, half the world, and then just couldn't figure the spice part out. They yoinked everything else, they just couldn't figure out the spice, man. Hi, Timo! You're a nice VTube, Timo. You don't do spicy, you consider mild sauce from Taco Hell? I don't think we have Taco Bell here. So I'm not too sure what that's like. I love spicy food though. Masala? I actually need to buy more. You want a Taco Bell just to try it? Yeah, I don't know. The things that I hear from people, I'm just like, why do people want this? Oh, there's a little guy up there. He's just a little guy. What is he doing? Hi, little guy. He's just singing. Oh, man. That's cute as hell. We Americans are crazy, but not for spicy food. Speak for yourself, Ox. You gotta speak for yourself, man. You can't speak for the whole of America. Look at that. Jargon loves spicy food. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself there, Ox. You out here talking straight shit. No, I'm joking. La Rosa offers tacos though, and they slap. Oh, I wonder. Maybe Ray would want to go. Mexican food is good as long as it's not spicy. It's gotta be spicy, man. What are you talking about? Isn't Mexican food if it's not spicy? The only time you can opt out of spicy food of like a particular cuisine is if your body don't accept it, you know? If your body's gonna just like fall over from the heat. It's the best, worst food you'll ever eat. So you'll enjoy it in the moment, you'll just regret it afterwards. You know a lot of Americans? Does he? Oh, he does. Okay. I'll take that back. Mexican food when spicy is amazing. You see, it's supposed to be spicy. I know a lot of Asian food is spicy as well. Like Chinese and Indian, of course. I'm not too familiar with other parts of Asia. I just know whenever I spoke to my students about food, they kept talking about how much spicy food they ate and how bad it is for your stomach. And I was like, wait, why do you eat it then? And they're like, it tastes good. Oh, well, fair enough. Gonna be a lot of shite talking when eating Taco Bell, and your booty gonna have a lot to say. Oh no. No, thank you. Thai chicken green curry? Okay, I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of green curry. I had it when I was younger and I was like, you know what? This is not for me. It was something about the taste. I don't know what it was. I just know there was something about it that I wasn't too keen on. Oh yes, Korean as well. I'll be honest, I haven't had much Korean food, so can't make too much of a comment on it, but I have heard that it's rather spicy. Yeah, can you face the right way, girly? What? Why did I change characters? That was weird. Oh? What? Am I missing something? Why did that light up? I'm missing like 2. What is this? Is there something here? Huh. I'm just gonna mark this so I can remember. When you have Taco Bell, you do a lot of talking through the back door. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, thank you. Who was that? Oh, it was Toto! Hi, Toto! That's spicy when you shat for 3 days later. Oh my god. Indian food has a lot of flavors and spices, but it's not usually hot. Debatable. I've had some that was super spicy. But the problem I have is that I'll sit there eating it and my whole face will turn red. And maybe I'll cry a little. I'll be sweating. But I'm still enjoying it. You have a surprise for Cupcake? Uh-oh. Hooded is Indian. South African Indian friends would disagree. Yeah. Actually, we should ask Yoda. As well. So... That's the thing, you never know who you're talking to. Okay, hold on, wait. I wanted to mark this because I don't know what the fuck this is. And I'm just gonna tag it as come back here. I'm gonna look at this later and be like, what the fuck did this mean? I always do this to myself. I leave a mark like that that just has no context, no explanation. And I'm like, yeah, it's fine, I'll understand it. I never do. I never have an idea of what the fuck I was writing there. Or why I wrote it. What I was supposed to do there. None of it ever makes any sense. There's tons of mushrooms here, but I just want to check. Because I know there was, like, things that I restored. Huh?
Stegosaurus Rex screamed.
Hey!
50 goodies. Finally managed to snag a Yadok Pup Dance Pride Penguin.
Yeah, boy! Congrats! How is your boy doing? Is he maxed out? Is he decked out in all the things? But congrats, Echo! And thank you so much for the biddies as well. Thank you, thank you. That's really cool. I know I'm not currently using him now, but he is a very fun character to play. Because he makes a psh, 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 psh. When he attacks, it goes so fast. Sounds like a sprinkler. In fact, he is a sprinkler. I just realized now. Ayato's a sprinkler. Anyway. Oh. Durban bunny chow. I haven't had... I ate a lot of mutton curry when I was in Durban. But I don't think I've ever had bunny chow. At least I don't remember having bunny chow. It could be the case that they like spicy food up north. I'm down south. Ah, yeah, we have spoken about that before. South use less spice. Interesting. The other day you had a dish called Holy Gay. Oh shit. It's Holy Gay. And it's sweet and powdery and absolutely awesome. That's interesting. What is it made out of? Hi, Siki! Oh, from Timo Stream. Hello, hello! I don't think you'd ever get that. I don't think you'd ever get that even as far as the nearby town. Wait, what? Oh, Holy Gay? Vindaloo is a northern curry? Ah. Now we grind for all Haitham. Or however you spell it. Yeah, I call him Ham Ham. I just give all of the Dendro characters a nickname. He's Ham Ham. Unfortunate nickname, but honestly, I was not gonna call him LL.
If you have a curry up near you, buy a bunny chow. If you don't like it, send it my way, lol.
Oh, here's one of the things. I will have to have a look. So there, I have one more to do then. Shit. How do I know where that is though? Is it like... That was that away. Okay, hold on, wait. I'm missing like messages because I haven't... I haven't had a bunny chow. I don't think so. I don't think I had, but I don't remember. It's the other way around here in the States. The further south you go, the more spicy food they tend to like. I don't know about South Africa, to be honest. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it's made. Pretty sure it's one of the pulses that's grounded mixed with flour and sugar and shit. Minus the shit. Oh my god. I was about to say, you eat poo-poo? It's kind of weird, man. But okay, it's okay. I see now. That would probably make it less good. I don't know, man. Depends on your taste, on your palate. Maybe you like it a poo-poo. I don't know. It's not my business. It's probably someone else's business, not your own. But you know. I don't want to know. You don't know what a bunny chow is, but you want it now? Oh, I found it by mistake. Hello. I'll take that. Small victories, man. Cupcake, you want to explain a bunny chow? You do want one, though. Ox, you definitely want one. That was a close one. Calling an Indian... Listen, calling anyone weird for... Oh, hello. Calling anyone weird for the things that they eat. Maybe I don't understand it, but that doesn't make someone weird. There's people who eat in Japan. There's people who eat horse, which I found out recently, and I was like, what? Which it makes me want to try it because I eat zebra and I like zebra, and people are like, what? So like, you know. Wouldn't call someone weird. People eat No! Not a horse, neigh, and shit. And fart, and kick. Horses. You're a horse, Hooded. Gosh. You knew exactly what I was saying, so you're just being a little nonsense. Anyway. A loaf of bread that's hollowed out and curry is put inside it. Yeah, basically. Isn't that like a bread bowl? No, listen, y'all got Lani-ass bread bowls. This is literally a loaf of bread cut in half. It was food, this is what I was told at least. It was food for convenience. You know, like pie? Pies were made to be food of convenience to eat. And, yeah, that's what bunny chow was. It was for the people working on the mines. I think. It was so they could easily eat something. Literally just cut the loaf of bread in half. The best part was the pulled out bits, because then you dunk that in the sauce. Ooh! I say this, not sure if I've even had bunny chow, but that's how you eat it. What do you mean not zebra, Sejo? It's good! Have you not tried zebra? You gotta. Apparently there's like several places in Cape Town where you can actually eat that kind of shit. And I was just like... Because I only knew about carnivores in Johannesburg-ish area. But apparently there's like a few restaurants that serve like crocodile and stuff in Cape Town. I was like, what? I'll take that. I'm moving there. Imagine eating pajama. It's pajama pony, thank you very much, and they're very tasty, okay? Pajama pony. Super tasty. We eat warthog too? Yeah. Warthog and a crocodile, and I think there might have been... Was it Blessbok the last time I was there? And kudu. Springbok. We eat all the things. Cars? Wait, what's the car? Did I say? I don't understand any of these words you guys are saying. Which ones? Pumbaa! You can eat Pumbaa. Oh, someone's cooking. One of my neighbors. It smells good, man. I don't know what it is, but it smells tasty. I got to sniff someone's braai the other day as well, and I was like, man, why are my neighbors eating so late? They make me hungry, man. I ate dinner like 3 hours ago. It's food time again. You definitely have to try zebra. It's the best. It is! I'm glad you agree, Hooded. Y'all eat zebra too? Crocodile is chicken. You know, kind of, but it's like chicken and fish had a baby. Look at that face. It looks like a tasty face to me. You put it in front of me and I'll try it. That's good. You need more food now? Fuck this chat. Where's this other chocolate flavored fuck? Nana is so tiny. She is. She's so itty bitty. You just see the top of her head. She's so small. She's almost as tall as a flower. Look, she's just a little bit smaller than the flower. Did you just call me a chocolate flavored fuck? No, that was the quote, man. Yoda. Oh, Yoda's the other one. I don't know, man. Do you want to be a chocolate flavored fuck? I can call you that from now on if you want. No longer referring to you as Hooded. You're just a chocolate flavored fuck. It's not like that, but 10 out of 10. I didn't get what you meant at first. I was like, I was just reading the quote, man. What do you mean? Throwing me under the bus there, Hooded. Scam. I think the rest of the chests are actually like locked behind like puzzles and stuff that I've missed. Because I can't imagine they just... Oh wait, I'm gonna find one now that's just sitting out in the open after saying that. Hi, Sid. Yao Yao is so cute. She is. She is. I can't wait to cosplay her. I started her like, what, 2 years ago? I made her basket and then abandoned the project. And just as well I did, because they changed some elements of her design. I'm like, you motherfuckers, I almost made this shit. And you're gonna change it? You got in at the right time. Oh man, you missed the nipple discussion we were having earlier. Way too many people joined at the wrong time there. Instead, you got Hooded the chocolate flavored fuck. Mihoyo trolling you for 2 years? For realsies, not even for play. For the most realsies. Unbelievable. You lost your nickname, your cupcake again? Do you want to... I can go back to Llama if you want. Oops. We were talking about Indian food and just food in general. Yeah. Which llama were you? So I kept misreading Cupcake's name because if you look in the middle of his name, there is a llama in there. There's a llama. So like, you know, my brain just zoned in on that part of his name and just completely ignored the rest. It's Llama D Cupcake, in fact. Exactly. Oh, music? There's music? Is there a guy up here? So yeah, I just kept wildly misreading it. And he became a llama. Thing is, like, I have other people who also have llama in their name, so it's not like a weird thing. Whoa, this is strange. What's that all about? Oh, she can only pick up 5? God damn it. It's gonna happen again now that we've talked about it again. Yeah, you've just refreshed the llamas. Oh, he's right down there. Did I just fucking walk past this oak? Good job. That was the plan. How dare you? How could you? You should feel bad. Not really, but... Oh, I needed to change to the other thing. Oh, he's singing down there. I scream. You feel good? No, you should feel bad. Hey! The heck, man? Can't believe you've done this. Actually, I lie. I can completely believe that you've done this. Oh, no. I keep having the wrong thing equipped. Why did sound alerts fuck off? Wait, what do you mean? Gaslighting potato. What sound alerts? Oh, sound alerts panel? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Actually, let me go check. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Sometimes it, if I like deactivate it, it's difficult to reactivate it. Like I have to open in Chrome. Is it not there? Oh, I see it's not. Alright, let me go. I might have deactivated it when I was having like a chill stream and I didn't want loud things blasting my ear holes. Time for sleeps. Sweetest dreams. It was nice to see you, Brimester. Have a good evening. Oh, I'm logged out. Huh. I always forget how to do this. It's create a dashboard, right? It's create a dashboard. Extensions. I have to go and like reactivate it or whatever, or move it around. Oh, I had the captions as the overlay. That's why it was, I see. So, yeah, I think I might, because you can only have one overlay at a time. And I'm just like, but why? Now I can't even set it as an overlay? What the fuck? I'm so confused. Anyway. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I didn't have time to explain. Okay, we're good. Sydney, how are you? I don't know if I asked. Oh, I see you said you were good. You finished the TCG chat? I've like done nothing in the TCG. Ooh? What's cracking, homies? Whee! Yeah, that's another game mode that I just kind of have neglected and forgotten about. Is there a cave entrance down here? No, it just looked like there was one. There is an underground though. Did I aggro her? I did. Oh, Jesus. Girlie got deleted from the game. Rip. Imagine muting. Oh, but I looked at my thing and I saw it was muted. It's just that my VTuber's mouth will still go, ah! Because I make a loud noise. Everywhere you look, you see Ganyu recently in the TCG or just... because I don't have Ganyu. You ain't gonna see her here. This is a Ganyu safe zone. You won't be exposed to Ganyus here. Down? You want me to go more down? The heck? That did not work as well as I thought it would. You've made it your mission to get everyone to proficiency 10. Only have a few cards left. Sheesh. The last achievement is time gated. Ah. That's crazy though. I need to do it at some point, but in the same vein, I say that about fishing. You know, so like, oh, it's probably this thing. I have not finished my fishing achievements. I'll do it someday. However, today is not that day. Ganyu phone collab. Oh wait, really? Sheesh. I haven't seen that. That's pretty cool though. Man's gaming the game. You derailed the stream? You did? Why did you do that? How could you? No, I'm joking. I don't know what you mean. Did you derail? Make me play it, not a fuck. Thank you very much. I don't like Wind Trace. Oh yeah, Sydney already got mad at me for not doing everything. So Sydney's not allowed to get more mad at me. Okay, let's not do this on tiny character. There's an idea. Pretty good one if you ask me. Samsung. Oh, Samsung! Damn. I kind of wish I'd waited a bit longer to buy my phone then. Is it that side? Because I bought a phone last year sometime. If only I'd waited a bit longer, I could have had a waifu phone. Maybe I need to tell my boyfriend, because he likes Ganyu. Maybe he'll get the waifu phone. Ganyu earbuds? Oh my god. What would it take to join us for Wind Trace? Money! You'd have to pay me money, and you'd have to pay me a lot of money to make me play Wind Trace. In any case, it's not gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. I ain't gonna play that game. No, thank you. It's the one event in Genshin I just cannot... I cannot give a single fuck about. That event could cease to exist and I'd be like, okay. You just got the clear earbuds. You're gonna have to get the Ganyu ones now. There's the Huta OnePlus available in China. Oh yes, I did see that. We're moving. It's so expensive. The Huta phone. Oh man, it looks good though. Like crazy good. I don't even know what area that counted for. I've drifted very far from where I wanted to be. The SIM card release pin thing is the Staff of Homer. Oh, I have actually seen that. I think... Didn't you send me a video of that, Jargon? I definitely watched a video of someone doing like an unboxing of the phone. Very cool. You attempted to get the Huta phone? Yeah, it's very, very cool. I just hope that they never bring out a character that I really, really like. But it's like, ah yes, only in this country, and it's literally on the other side of the world. Because we don't get shit in South Africa. Whoop. I think this is where I was before. Eh? Is that a rock pile? For me? Hooded, hooded. Yeah. Yeah, hooded, hooded. There's a rock pile. There's a rock pile, hooded. Did you see it? Did you see it? You better investigate that rock pile. Buy a Google Pixel. We don't get it here? You see? This is shit country. We don't got electricity. We don't got water. We don't got internet. Thank you for the hearts. Kai! How you doing, cutie? How's the home? Are you guys all settled in? Is everything sorted? Don't man me. Do I look like your mama? The best glider at the time, and we had to wait almost a year. For the KFC glider? Oh my god. On so many characters, it is so pretty. There are so many characters that this thing works with. I love it. Oh. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. I love it. All for the price of 2 subs to some random person on Twitch. You are? Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm doing good. You can have my 4A when I get the Ganyu phone. They're stupid expensive. They are. They do tend to be. You would also have to be everywhere to know that. Oh shit, he got you. He got you there, Kai. What is your defense to that, Kai? Please give chests. Thank you. That would be very cool. Hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Mana! Hey, hey, hey! Welcome, Raiders! Hello, hello, everybody. How's it going? What were you playing? Outpass? What is that? Mana? Mana, did you come through on someone else's raid? Because your name is like super familiar. I know you've been here before, but I didn't follow you. How could I? But welcome, and thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome as well to Jumping Socks. As long as they're not disappearing socks, we're good. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, raiders. I'm currently playing Genshin, but I'm gonna switch Arunis soonish to Jackbox. We're gonna get up to some shenanigans, probably. Ah, from Sarah! Yes, yes, yes. They're on tight? Okay, perfect. I just want a chest, man. Why is it so hard? How are you liking Genshin's? Well, as a person who's been playing this game almost from the beginning, I love it. That's why I'm still here. 2 years deep into this hellscape known as Genshin. I love it a lot. How about you, Jumping Socks? You play Genshin too? It's driving me mad sometimes with this area with the levels. Oh, my brain. I only just recently 100%ed the desert, but there's I 100%ed this tonight, but I only needed like 3%. Thank you for the follow, Jumping Socks, and welcome to the posse. Yeah, this was like on 97%, this valley at the bottom. But like, look, it's all like higher 90s, and I'm just like, I can't find anything! I'm running in circles, man! It's driving me insane. Sarah's defo addicted, yeah. I feel like now that there's so much content, it's so easy. You could just lose hours in this game. Thank you for the bubbles! No? Balloons! I can't read. I can't see either, apparently. That might be why I'm finding it very difficult to find these goddamn chests. But anyway. I might take that as a sign, since the eyes are not working, to switch to Jackbox. Because I'm having no luck with finding chests. Wait! Cupcake! I mean llama! Why? It will make my brain hurt trying to figure out what to do on this game. There's just so many things to do. Daily commission police. No, I'm going to be doing my dailies later. I do my dailies and the resin spend with my boyfriend these days because we're both farming Emblem. But also, I only have one character to friend. Hello! Beaties!
Nemesis screamed. 100 biddies. Alright, gotta raid and drop, so I'll lurk to get some food and have a bath.
Yeah. Mana, go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your peepos on over. Very much appreciated. But yes, go take care of yourself. Have some tasty food. Have a relaxing bath. Thank you. Take care. We'll see you. Oh, you were showing the friends? You were showing the friends the abuse. Abuse the streamer, throw things at her face. Yeah, no worries, Mana. It's nice to see you again. And I will see you again, now that I followed you. Thank you for the confetti, Zox. Alright, Brain. Brain was doing something, but Brain has since forgotten what it was doing. Anyway. Oh! I need to fix this one. Hi, guys. I'm down here. Oi! Bunk. This time it was Sydney. What the hell, man? What the hell? How could you? Okay. Let's exit the Genshons. I don't know which Sydney, do you want to get banned? That's the fast track to getting banned over there. I'll have you know. Sydney Sydney wants blood? He wants his own blood. You're looking at all the props? Yeah, there's a couple. Alright, we have a couple Jackboxes. I know Yoda was asking about... Which one was it? Not this one. Ah, Madverse City. That's on number 5. Thank you for the head pat, Sydney. Yeah, so number 5. However, I do really like the one that's on 8. It's called the Wheel of Enormous Proportions. It's very, very good, very fun. What else do we play? Trivia Murder Party. That one's also quite popular. What else?
Oh!
Party, yeah! You have 1 to 5? Murder Mystery Trivia Party is good? It is. If I rub the area after throwing, then does it count as redemption for my crimes? Not when you phrase it that way, Sydney. That just makes it a little bit weird. Let's see. Maybe let's start with the either the trivia. Which one is that one? So murder or trivia murder party. I never get that name right. Fibbage. It's back. It's back. Oh, I forgot you like that one, Llama. I had to focus very hard to say llama instead of cupcake there. Guespionage. So I don't know about Fibbage and Guespionage. I think some of these don't work for stream. Like you'd have to be like in a voice chat. But I'm scared to do voice chats with these games because I don't know what people are gonna say. Maybe if we just did it on Discord together, that would be fine. But like for stream, it's a little bit different. Which is why I like to do those ones. But let's start. It's definitely your favorite. Let's maybe start with the Trivia Murder Party. I think that one's pretty straightforward. Fibbage is great. Do you have to lie? The name implies so, that you have to lie. I'm really bad at lying though. Let's close Genshin before my computer explodes. Ah! How loud is this game gonna be? The fuck? Okay, it's not too loud. We're good. Look, I'm very... Whoa! Guys, what happened? My shit's broken. Oh, it's very broken. Let's display capture anyway. Where's my game capture? I currently only have Genshin capture. Let's break my things then, why don't we? Alright. Let's see, let's see. Bam. Hopefully I'm not in the way of anything. You got a head off, Socks. No worries. It was so nice to meet you as well. Take care of yourself and take care of your socks as well. I hope they don't develop the ability to run away. Guesspionage is guessing percentages of random asked questions. Ah, that sounds strange and interesting. Alright. How does this work? Oh. Yes, this one. There's a lot of these games that I haven't played, but like I said, not all of them work. We've tried this one before, but it didn't really work because everyone just wanted to kill me. They were just hamming to kill me. You're strange and interesting. Wow, I can't believe you just said that. In public where people can see you lying. Hi, Lyric. How are you doing? I need to throw my gum away. Because that has been chewed. Out-chewed. It's dunzos. Alright, guys. I don't think I've changed any of the settings. Passworded? No, I don't think we need password. It's just the thing on thingy, right? Okay. Should I take off the writing and drawing one? I don't know if this writing or drawing on screen mode is difficult. I'm doing okay, Lyric. I know some people had issues with it in the past. Like, well, I say people, I say Yoda. Yeah, I think this is all fine. Wait, did I turn off that thing? Cupcake's gonna draw with a mouse pad. Let's turn it off for now. Oh wait, I just forgot. I normally play this on my phone. I probably shouldn't, but I'm a lazy butt. So what do? Is it just jackbox.tv? And then when I reveal the room code, you guys can enter. And when you use a name on the thing, make it something that I would know who it is. Because even though it's open and anyone can join, like, I don't know. I don't want people writing rude things or not knowing who's playing. Because if they misbehave, did you do Twitch integration? I did actually. It was on. So I don't have to worry about that, right? Because for me, it makes me type my name. So I don't know. Okay, perfect. Is it just Jackbox? Do I just type Jackbox and it'll pop up? Jackpot! Chotto mate. Wrong game. Is it Jack... I almost wrote Jackpot now! Party pack. Hi. So this. Got him. Thank you. Does anyone else's pupils go big in the dark but small in the light? I mean, it should, shouldn't it? It should go big in the dark because your eye's trying to absorb more light to see, and it should go small in the light so that it doesn't get overwhelmed with light. That's how that works. We gambling? No, 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 no. Jackpot party time. Oh, no, no. Okay. Let's do this shit. So it's CXWT. Oh, fuck. I have to log in with Twitch. Log me in, bitch. Oh, shit. It's not logged in. I might have to redo it. Oh, man. Oh, no, I have to do the SMS. Oh. I'm gonna cry. And it's not sending the SMS now? Okay, I have to reset. Sorry, I have to be the first one, because otherwise it's not gonna... It's not gonna work. It's not gonna let me start it or whatever. So, sorry about that. I'm sorry! I don't know why I was logged out on my phone. Fucking rude. That makes a lot more sense now. Anyway. JYVB. So the problem is, whoever's the VIP gets to start it. And now it's taking ages to connect. I'm gonna go cry. There we go. Natato Patat. Oh my god, that was so fast. Llama. Relax. Jargon's in. Who else is joining? Ugh. Anyway, did I say anyway? Hooded. The fuck, man? Hooded, are you joining for shenanigans? This is a very fun game, and I've turned the American questions off. We didn't anyway counter? Shut up. Don't we already have an Audacity counter? Y'all want an anyway counter as well now? What game is this? This is Jackbox. So if you go to jackbox.tv, you can join. Is it free and quick to download? No need to download. You just go to website jackbox.tv. Easy peasy lemon pasquazzies. Yeah. You don't need to own anything. Time to show how dumb I am with general knowledge. Same though. Have I won this game before? I don't know. Ox even said he was here. And now he has disappeared, now that I've set it up. Candy's jammin' and my bun, they work really well together, actually. I love it. It's a vibe. I need a snack. I got more Reese's peanut butter cups. Ray bought me some recently. But I'm not eating those now. Instead, I'm eating the Korean Pocky. The play button doesn't seem to be working. Oh? Again with the food? Sorry. I'm snacky. I ate dinner 4 hours ago, man. I've been chewing gum for like the last hour. Just eat something. Your name is literally food. Eat your name. Ooh this looks very tasty. Go eat a brick? What the fuck? Welcome, clingy puppy! I'm gonna throw you with a brick. I'll pick you up, and I'll pick up the brick, and then throw you both. Hope you can throw things far. Why? Are you gonna hit him if he doesn't? Hooded, are you logged? You have to log into your Twitch to join. You can maybe throw Jargon. Jargon's really fucking tall, so good luck. I think if he was only 50 kilos at his height, he would be a skeleton, maybe? Tall doesn't equal heavy? Yeah, but he's very tall. If he was only 50 kilos, he wouldn't be alive. What is that in freedom numbers? I don't know. We are all skeletons? Speak for yourself, Dan. I'm round. I'm squishy. I'm not a skeleton. $50 kilos isn't a lot, though. Kilo. You don't use stones, do you? That's Americans. $110 is what Google tells me. No, the room's not max. They can have 8 people. Thank you for the follow, clingy puppy. You know the UK used it first before they became smart? No, Cupcake, because they use stone now for weight. Hey, Ox is here! Welcome, Ox! You just disappeared, homie. So you should still be able to join Hooded. I'm not sure why it's being a butt. This music's a vibe, though. Oh, yeah. I wanted to do this earlier and then I forgot. Need to open Discord quick. You were able to join as audience? That's weird. You should have been able to join like as a player. – 22 side coming back. Ooh, I can't spell. I have a feeling it's because of the katakana in my name. Oh! Really? That's weird. I just want to pin this. There we go. Cool. Well, I think we can go in, because I'm not too sure about Hooded situation. But I don't know why the katakana would be causing an issue. Because it would just use your Twitch name. Normally. Whee!
The infamous hotel was run by a mysterious family for several generations until close.
Hopefully you can join on the next one.
In unrelated news, the trivia murder party killer is still on the loose. Up next, death and destruction.
Whoa! Death and destruction. Shit, man.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die.
Whoa.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Death's in the air, and there's free coffee in the lobby.
Oh shit, free coffee!
Only one of you will survive.
Does anyone want some
And I hope
coffee?
that one survivor will keep us in mind for their future vacation needs. All right, first question. How can I connect two pieces of rope? Use your device to answer the question.
I don't know what any of these words mean. I clicked on a random one.
And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Not me! None of us! Yay!
Everyone is wrong.
We're all wrong. Together. Not a slip knot. Come on, man.
Welcome to the killing room.
Shit!
Yay! I love using Cousin Aloysius's magic prompts.
Whoa.
Pick a space inside the box to hide.
Uh-oh.
Some spots are better than others, but don't overthink it.
What a crummy way to start. Definitely.
Now I'll close my eyes and just randomly whack this sword in there. Sword noise!
Oh!
That entertaining. Jeez.
Whoa! Guys, we made it.
Only one of you can survive this game. And who knows?
That's called
Maybe
dumb
you'll
luck.
be the audience. Hey audience, I hope you all die in my game. If you're not ready now, you can join the audience whenever. It's like super low pressure.
Oh, I'm covering the audience currently. I should just flip myself upside down and put
Let's try
myself in the
another
top
one.
corner.
What figure skating move involves spinning your partner by the arm while they're low and parallel to the ice?
Pardon? The what now?
Who picked this? The rest of you, come
Uh-oh.
with me. Welcome to room 227. Ah, the lost art of letter writing.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I say as you can. The player who writes the fewest of my words will die. And the letter begins now. Dear Safe Haven Security Systems, what would you say is your most common password? I don't want to be unoriginal, so please tell me the series of numbers that is most likely to give me access to my neighbor's home. Time's up. Alright, now let me get out my red pen and give this a once over.
God damn, I had to type that on my phone.
Yikes, one of you did real bad.
Oh my god. You pushed enter? Apparently that submits? Oh my god. Oh no.
We're not done with you yet. You're a toast
Rest in
now, but you have
pieces,
options.
Ox.
Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force.
It's hard to do that on your tiny phone. Yeah, I was also tapping on my phone. That was an interesting experience, to say the very least. Because I kind of forgot about that part.
What's an M dash?
I don't know what an M dash is.
This.
Oh, yay!
The rest of you who are still alive.
The fuck is an
time
M
for
dash?
consequences. It's time for donations.
Donations!
You each get $500.
Wow!
Give some of that money to your friend. The person who ends up with the most money will die. But there's a catch. If one of you ends up with $800 or more, I'll kill the other one instead. Begin.
It's an extended dash that Microsoft Office creates when you put a dash in shit. But it has a different character code, so it fucks with all kinds of software. Ah! Oh! Oh!
You can afford a very nice coffin.
Oh no! Oh man! Rest in peace, Cupcake. You've had to fix so many M dashes
When one player is left
dashes
alive, we'll go to the
in
final
databases. Oh man.
Next question.
Dan also hates them.
What's a nomen?
A Norman? Bro. What a fucking weird. I don't know. I didn't even look when I pressed my screen just now, because any of those answers, it could have been any of them. So I just slapped my hand at my phone and hoped it hit an answer. It did. I don't know which one it was. Oh, you know this? What the heck?
Who picked?
Oh,
Yes.
not me.
It's time.
School? Fuck it. Fuck school.
Time to get out the
Oh,
dice.
man.
Don't worry. This one's real straightforward. The player who rolls the highest will die.
I've used up all my luck
We've got some
though.
help to make this more interesting.
Oy, oy, oy.
You have an extra die that you can give to whoever you want to make their odds worse.
So guys. Aww.
Dice
I just need to not
pile
fuck
up.
this now.
That's it. Roll 'em. The player with the highest total dies.
Oh!
My money's on the player with 6 dice.
Sorry,
The actual
puppy.
die will probably be less painful than being singled out for the extra dice.
You don't have any cash? Oh, Ox, you're definitely playing wrong then. Hi, Ryan. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry, puppy. You still got more money than me, so it's okay.
Let's try another one. Traditionally, which of these drinks contain alcohol?
Oh, damn it, I don't know. Booze. For fuck's sakes. Oh, man. These are all just names. Mod versus streamer? Wait, what? Oh, because with only 2 alive. Guys, I don't know drinks. God damn it. Good thing we took out the American questions to make your chances better. Are these all American people?
Who picked?
Whoops.
This?
Not me! Hey, clingy puppy, nice.
I want to show you something. Hopefully you can defend yourself from ESP.
Uh-oh.
Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Including any potential mind readers.
Did I even spell that correctly? I have no idea. Does it work if you misspell it?
Now, let's see if there are any matches. If you
Oh,
get your
it changed
mind
my
right,
answer!
You get your mind dead.
Ox! I can't believe you've done this! You killed Jargon! So, Ox, not only do you not have money, but now you have blood on your hands as well?
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
I didn't even write Australia. So, I'm a little bit confused. Whoa!
You're
Wait,
the
what
one to
happened?
make it here alive, but will you be the one to escape?
Freaking Americans, y'all got the same brain cell today.
I'm going to give you a category. Pulitzer Prize categories.
What?
Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. You move forward one space for
I
each
done
correct
goofed.
answer. You're on your way to escaping, but you're not alone in here. If
My
Ghost
chat's
catches you
covering-
close
oh
to
my
the
goodness.
right course, then they can try to escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And Ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you.
Uh-oh. My ass is grass.
Time is almost... A lot of lucky guesses.
Give me peace.
Black Mirror episodes.
Hmm.
Time is almost
I don't
up.
remember. I watched that shit so long ago. Oh! I only remembered the bottom one was actually the name of the one.
It's
I think it was at least.
Stories of the Canterbury Tales.
Oh no, I did this in university.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, daddy. Shit. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, daddy.
Primates.
Primates. Puppy too strong? Yeah. But I know animals. That's one thing I got right. Yay!
Types of lettuce.
Keropi? Keropi is a frog. Is it a type of lettuce?
Time is almost up.
Frizzy? Bib? What the? This is like a foreign language to me. I don't speak lettuce.
Yikes,
No
there's a
rockets?
big
Eh.
ghost right behind you. Human hormones. Time is almost up. The darkness approaches. Endocrine glands. Time is almost up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this one's a nail biter.
Ah!
Hello?
Bye, Cupcake.
Darkness. It's not over yet. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this.
This is the most stressful one I've ever played.
And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Boy! Let's go! Boom! Rigged? You said puppy too strong. I still won that. I only won 1,000 doodles though. That's kind of scummers. I am the puppy now. Mind meld accident. Too high. Dice roll. Crushed under money. Messed up an important letter. I only won 1,000 bucks though. That's kind of weak sauce, to be honest. Should we go again? I'll lose this time. I promise. So I'm gonna reboot. So that we can see maybe Hooded can try and join again. There's the code NLVF. I almost got a fright there. When I heard the ding, I was like, how did someone enter before me? This is jargon. Oh!
Again.
Again? Bam, 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 bam. Gonna get wrecked this time. Oh yeah? We're gonna get wrecked? Or you're gonna get wrecked again? We'll see about that, Ox. Hi, Fire Wizard! I should have posted on Twitter and stuff that I was doing Jackbox. I forgot. You want to try a different browser? Go for it. Is it possible to play on mobile? It is! You're gonna die first. You have no confidence. You're like, yes, I will die. I am already dead, in fact. Bam, 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 bam. It isn't working? What exactly, what is it saying? Whoa! Atomic Carnage? The button flashes, but it doesn't do anything. So all you would need to do is if you're logged in, like if you're logged into Twitch, and then you would just put the room code at the top. So you wouldn't need to... You would just need to click play once you put the room code in. But it doesn't do anything when you click? That's very strange. I'm not too sure if there's anything I can do to help. Yeah, so he has tried it on mobile as well. Hooded, did you ever play this before and you got banned? They put you on a blacklist for being naughty. You're on the naughty list. Did it let you join the audience? Because I see there's one in the audience now. It wouldn't let you join until you logged into Twitch first. Yeah. He did say that he logged in with Twitch though. Oh, that's you in the audience. Okay. Works fine for you. But you joined as an audience, not as a player. So yeah, I do have the setting on that you have to be logged into Twitch for it to work. Just because I don't want people being stinky. And if they are being stinky, I can just ban them. The cheese. Hooded, would you be able to join as audience? Do you know, did that work last time? Whoa! Thank you. Whoa! Oh, there's fire. There's fire wizard. Na 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 na. Good morning. Good morning. Huh. I don't know if Hooded's still trying something out. We'll wait a little bit longer and see if he can figure it out. Hi, Oxy! Everyone's favorite potato? Me? Am I the favorite potato? You blame Cupcake? Yeah. I blame Cupcake too. You're the chosen one. Still got room? Yeah, we have a space, Oxy, if you want to join. We were waiting for someone else to join, but it seems like they're having some trouble with joining. So I guess first come, first serve, whoever gets in first. So it's fuck you jargon, and then it's just the crying faces for me because of the comma. It's separate. You don't know how to leave the party? I don't know if you just close it, maybe? I'm not sure how that works. Bam, 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 ba-down. Oh! Fuck me too? God damn. Okay. I don't know what I did. What is that other command that we have? Is it studio? Who's studio? Oh, it's it's Atomic Studios today. So we'll say it's Atomic's fault then. Sorry, Atomic. I know you just got here.
Excuse me.
You're excused, llama. Oh, Oxy's in. Alright, so we'll go. We'll keep trying and we'll see if we can get it to work for... for Hooded.
Know it simply as the Murder Hotel. was run by a mysterious family for several generations until
I'm really tempted to just flip my VTuber upside down
related news, the trivia murder party killer is still
so that she's out of the way of everything. Maybe I just make smaller.
up next. Pizza.
Pizza. There, I'm itty bitty now.
This is your wake-up call.
You want me to flip it? It's gonna flip the onigiri as well, though.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Your free spa weekend was a lie, luring you into this deadly trivia game. Only one of you will survive. And that one survivor better leave this hotel a glowing review online. I will not be screwed over by TripAdvisor again. Okay, first question. What did Don Quixote wear on his head because he thought it was a magic helmet?
What?
Use your device to answer the question. That means the audience too.
I don't know who this is. Nope.
Time's running out. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Oh, it's me! I got it right! What the fuck?
The rest of you...
There we go.
Come with me.
Look what you guys did.
We're at room 105. Are you ready to fall? In love with my new minigame? You're going to drop down this board and try to avoid...
I don't know what answer I even selected, to be honest,
Someone
so...
needs to pick which slots are death zones.
Don't peg me, bro. Goddamn. So don't get pegged.
Slots that kill.
Hehehe.
Okay. Let the games begin.
No piggies!
Spot to drop from.
Oh man. Yeah!
Bill Nye, gravity.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh, you just got saved there, puppy.
Give it up for the death zone.
Yay! Oh wait, you guys died? No! Sorry, guys. Nice tuba physics. 3 people got pegged.
Dying doesn't mean you have to drop out. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, by the way, the audience is a player now and can win the whole frickin' game. Hot tip, you can join the audience at any time.
Oh, you did die first. This is how I leave the game? You just die?
Let's keep moving. Which planet has the largest moon?
Me! Uranus. Your butt. I don't fucking know, man. You know, I could have moved myself to where my chat is and moved the chat. Me, I picked that! Yay, money!
One of you
Your
is still
anus does
alive.
have a moon,
Time
technically.
for consequences.
Wow. Nice.
Bonjour! Welcome back to the killing room. This one lets you protect yourself with a password. Enter a real 4-letter word.
What's
with
covering your
device.
face? What do you mean?
Don't make it easy. If someone cracks your password, you die. Come on. Now everyone else will try to crack the password. As a team, guess the password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. If anyone figures out the password before time runs out, I will reward you all. This is a team effort, so share clues out loud with each other.
It's OR in the middle.
time's almost up.
Damn it.
I thought everyone was good at
Norm!
passwords these days, but
God damn
I
it.
guess I was wrong.
Is there something covering my
This
face?
hotel looks exactly the same as when I was a kid. The wallpaper's the same, the lights haven't been replaced, and there's still an elevator full of terrified people.
Oh. A box is covering my face.
Try another one.
Perfect.
He was chasing Jean Valjean in Les Miserables.
Jackbox is covering my face. That's fine, I guess.
Who picked this?
Me.
It's time.
Should I move myself? I don't know, man. I can move the chat up to this corner. It's just wherever I put stuff, it's covering something.
I hope you're good with instructions.
Ooh,
Follow
Oxy.
as many rules as you can before time runs
Ooh,
out.
Oxy.
Everyone else is playing too.
Ooh,
If any of them
Oxy.
correctly follow more rules than you, I will kill you.
You gonna die.
Go! It may not look like it, but this is totally different than the math minigame. Rule time is coming to an end.
Man,
There's
my
only
thing was
someone out
lagging
there
out
better
for a
at
bit.
following rules.
But it's fine, because we still killed Oxy. Rest in peepos.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question.
Make myself bigger, though.
What famous scientist is buried at Westminster Abbey?
Who? Oh wait, now my head's covering the question. I can't win. I don't know.
Who picked this?
Me.
Follow me.
What are these questions? Whoa!
Congrats! All of you are entered in my scratch ticket giveaway. Scratch and find $3 to live. If you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for every $sign you find. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die.
Couldn't have been Edison and Einstein. Yeah, that's why I picked Charles Darwin. I didn't know who the other guy was, though. Ooh!
Why stop
Atomic!
now?
Nice!
The contest is almost over. It's no
Safe.
fun for me if you don't scratch more spots. If you have a
Bunch
losing
of experiments
ticket,
with
come
electricity
me.
and magnetism. Ah! Rest in peace, Ox! Keeping it safe. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Don't get greedy.
Let's keep moving. Which famous painter was roommates with Vincent van Gogh?
Oh!
Yeah, that's how you pronounce his name. I was an art major.
Joggin, you should know this. What's the answer, Joggin? How could you not know?
Who picked this?
Me, but accidentally.
want to show you
Thank you for
something.
the hit, Patyaku. When in doubt, press 3, apparently. Oh,
Good news,
puppy!
it's math. Do as much
Puppy,
math
I hope
as
you're
you
good at
can
math.
before time runs out. Everyone else will be playing along. If one of them does better than you, it's punishment time.
It's punishment time!
Let's go. I am here for the math. This is pretty much the end of the time.
Damn it.
As we say in team sports, you were mathematically eliminated.
Can you tell I failed maths in school? Yeah, I did the math light in school. And it's been a very long time since I had to do anything more than like
What color
shopping
were Dorothy's
math.
slippers in the original L. Frank Baum novel, The Wizard of Oz?
Eh? I'm so confused. Is this a trick? I think it has to be a trick, right? I'm very confused by this question. Why upside down? Why not? That's the better question, Despair. Not me! I'm died! Ugh.
Come with me. You have
I learned a
45
thing,
seconds
though,
to
so that's
escape
cool.
this room or you die. This is
Escape!
pretty stressful, right? All you need to do is pause and take a deep breath. And when you resume, I know you'll have it all figured out.
Only the host can get this
Uh-oh.
game?
Is the answer coming to you yet? You are so gonna be like, duh, when you figure it out. Aw, was that too
Hey?
abstract for you? Let's be more concrete.
Just pause the game? How? There was nothing on my screen. I tried to close the tab because I thought that would do something, but it didn't do
You know
anything.
what that means.
Did I have to actually, like, press escape?
Congrats on making it here alive. But can you escape? I'm going to
Pause. What's pause, though?
Kama Sutra
I'm no longer in the game,
checkers.
though, so...
Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
How do you pause? There's nothing to pause. Escape?
Let's see the right answers.
Oh!
You advance one space.
I've been
for
playing
every
on my
correct
phone this
answer.
whole time, so I wasn't expecting to need to do anything on my...
Well, you'd
PC.
be closer to the exit if you'd gotten either of those right. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's
Pause are what
cute.
cats have? It's
If
true.
the ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you.
Well, I can't get in anyway, so... I did tell you guys I was gonna lose this one, though. Where? Why did it... Oh.
Dungeons and Dragons ability.
I was like, how did it answer for me? It's because some of those answers weren't correct, so not answering meant... Yeah, anyway.
You cannot outrun that ghost forever. Beatles songs.
Also, Despair, the reason why I'm upside down is because I was like trying to get my head out of the way of things. But no matter where I put myself, it seemed like I was always in the way.
You stole some yummy life force.
So, that's why I am upside down currently.
Trouble.
But I think now that I have a chance, I'm just gonna move the chat
Here comes the darkness.
back up.
High in
And then I'll
protein.
move myself. This way,
Time is almost up.
and then this way. Ta-da! Oh!
Another life force swap. Tomato varieties.
Ooh!
Types of lumber. I'm going too easy on you.
Ooh!
Beyonce albums. Time is almost up.
You want your booty back?
Not so fast, audience. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need more than 75% on this question. And if you're still alive and want to break through, you have to get all 3 answer choices right.
Uh-oh. Goodbye! I have never seen the audience win. So that was interesting. But also I was a part of the audience at the end because I got disconnected. So I technically won, but it also wasn't me. I said I wouldn't win. Hi, Burble. You need to go back to school? Even me. I died because I closed the thing. But now I'll know for next time. Atomic and Puppy, I hope you're friends. I hope you know each other. Shall we go again? Hi, Aqua! I'm way better at the games. I can type very unhinged things, not knowledgeable games. Oh, thank you for the follow, Aqua. Welcome, welcome to the party. Let's, yes. I want to reboot. There we go. At least you got the quarter. Yeah, you got the lucky quarter. Alright. Oh. You have to let me go first, dude. Since we're gonna play it like that. Huh. That wasn't so hard. Alright, now you guys can join. Did Cupcake make this code? How come? He's the most flexible. I see. I see. Jargon, you gonna join? Otherwise, I'm just gonna push it through. Whoa! Okay. If anybody else wants to join, you can join in the audience. Ah. It's not working, is it all hooded? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna skip and he's gonna shout at me, but it's okay. I'm also now covering the fucking... I'm gonna scream. I'm covering the code to join.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die.
God damn it.
Welcome to Trivia
I actually can't win.
Your room isn't ready yet, so let's play a game of life and death. Only one of you will survive. Quick tip, it's easier to win if you cut all emotional attachments now. Alright, first question.
Excuse me.
Which of the
1, 2, 3, 4,
following is
guy?
not one of the daughters of Shakespeare's King Lear?
Thank you for the follow.
Use your device to answer the question.
Do you guys know each other? Thank you for the follow.
correct
Welcome,
answer
welcome to the
is-
posse. Uh-oh.
Who got the question right? The rest of you, it's time.
You've seen each other in random Jackbox streams? Ah, fair.
I hope you like magic tricks. Pick a space in
God
this
damn it.
box to hide yourself. When this was used in magic shows, there were safeguards inside to prevent injury. But don't worry, I took those out. Choose now, or all choose for
Oxidize
you.
screamed bad joke time with Oxidize. Why do cows not eat pork? They are moose.
I hate it when people are too lazy to pick their own place to hide. I guess I'll just put you here then.
Oh! Oh!
It's
Oh,
time for
Oxy.
volunteers. I'm
You were too
giving
busy
you
making a
very sharp
bad
sword.
joke.
On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. Gee, I wonder where they're hot.
Damn it.
Stab, stab.
Oh!
Yes.
I got stabbed! That's the price you pay for your bad joke, to be fair.
Don't worry. Remember, dead players.
Puppy
are
dies
still
again.
players,
Oh, puppy.
Just more see-through. Keep playing, and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, also, there's an audience in the game.
Atomic is bullying you.
You die. If you're not ready now, you can join the audience whenever. It's like super low pressure.
Whoa! Thank
Let's
you for the
keep
onigiri.
moving. I am proof that evil exists. How does my microwave reheat my broccoli?
I just want to kill all of you. That's a bit aggressive. You just got here, Atomic. Fuck, I don't know how microwaves work.
Who picked this?
Me. Give myself a pat on the head.
The rest of you, time for consequences.
It's trivia murder party. I mean, I guess you have a point.
Welcome to row 217. Another dice game?
Ooh.
I know, I'm like obsessed with dice. Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21 and you die instead.
Oh man, I
And
would
don't
suck at
forget,
this.
If they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
Ooh.
This is a game for people who like blackjack but hate using cards. Time's almost up.
Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, Yoda. Welcome, peoples on the raid. Oh my god, Cupcake, you don't have sub.
Let's try another one. What hammer has a textured striking surface to create patterns in victims?
So embarrassing. Ooh, wow. I'm gonna go for the first one because it says ball and peen. How's that not the funny haha answer? Anyway, welcome raiders. We're currently playing Jackbox games. How was your stream, Yoda?
This.
Damn it! Oh, it was the other funny one. Bushhammer.
The rest of you who are still alive, come with me.
Do this
It's
one
the
and then...
classic game, Chalices.
Because I'm not going to make you
I've
shout
given
yourself
each
out.
safe
There we
player
go.
a poison pellet.
Guys, if you see a heart at the top there and it is not
Pick
green,
a chalice
please go
to
make
drop
it
your
green.
poison
We
in.
love Yoda. He's a great guy. Ooh, choose one to poison. There's too many. You gonna be right back? That game was frustrating. You need to chill. No worries, Yoda. Go stretch your legs. Go have something to drink. Go eat a snack
And
or
maybe try to
something.
pick one that-
Go
Slurp,
pet
slurp.
Pepper.
Now let's
Go
see
stand
what
in the
everyone
yard for
drank.
5 minutes. Aw, damn it.
Uh-oh,
Ox, why would you
poison.
take the one with the skull? That's easy death. Bless you, Ox. I always pick the green one, so guys, never take the green one. I always pick the green one. The green one is gonna have the poison in, right? Because it's green. Not you,
We're
Oxy.
here.
Ox.
One
Golden
player is
Ox.
left alive.
That's who I was
We'll go
talking
to the
about.
final round.
I knew
Next
someone would pick the
question.
skull, you see. That's the worst
What's a
one to
vole?
take. A vole! Oh, I love voles! I don't know if y'all got voles in your country, but they're cute as hell. You poisoned the Holy Grail from Indiana Jones. Last Crusade, nice. I figured it'd be the one that wouldn't be poisoned. Oh, bless you, Ox. You've never seen a vole?
This.
They small babies.
Only a ghost got it wrong. Well, that's no fun.
That's no fun!
Let's keep moving. Who wrote The Feminine Mystique?
I just bumped an answer on my phone because I have no idea. There was too much irony. Yeah, just a little bit.
Who picked?
You
this?
outies, Fire Wizard. No worries. Have a good one murdering each other. Thank you.
I want to show you something. The
Welcome
lost
back,
art of
Yoda.
letter
How are you
writing.
feeling? Oh, number 3 didn't work. Oh no,
I'm going to dictate
Atomic.
a message to you.
Uh-oh.
Write down as much of what I say as you can. Everyone else will be typing too.
Oh, oh,
And if
oh.
anyone does a better job than you die.
Oh, oh, oh.
Get your typing fingers ready because I'm starting
Would you
right
like a cup of water?
now.
'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Chocolate Puff cereal. I love your product, but I fear your mascot. Peter the Puff Pig is clearly insane. His painted smile on the box is an obstacle I must overcome every time I prepare breakfast. Please just send me your delicious product in a clear plastic bag. Time's up. Okay, now let me just look back at my beautiful words as and here's how you did.
God, you pushed enter again. Oh my god, Jargon. How did you? Oh my god, 48. How fast do you type?
Work starts at 8 a.m. sharp, and bring your own.
You got a sandwich? What's on the sandwich, Yoda? Oh man, I had a peanut butter sandwich today, and that shit slapped. I feel like I haven't had a peanut butter sandwich in a long time. You type every day?
Let's try another one.
I mean, I guess.
Never Let Me Go is a coming-of-age novel about a group of kids who turn out to be what?
What? I've never heard of this. Oh, you have peanut butter? Yoda, no ways. Fuck. A peanut butter sandwich slaps, man. Let me actually just... Boop.
Almost out of time. Who picked this?
Me. I picked this. I feel like there's no place safe to put anything, so I'm just gonna turn it all off. Everything's covered.
Time. You each get $500.
Black cat. Mine is yum yum.
Money to your friend. The person with the most cash at the end will die. But there's a catch. If one of you ends up with $800 or more, I'll kill the other one instead.
Now you want peanut butter? Just go get yourself a spoon. Y'all don't even put it on bread. You just grab a spoon.
Time for fiscal revelations.
Oh!
Mo money, mo murder.
More money, more murder. Rest in peoples, Atomic. You'll take the high road and not celebrate.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Welcome back, Moose.
You've made it so far. But can
Is the
you
power back
see?
now?
I'm going to give you a category.
Jinx says stop talking about peanut butter, but I love peanut butter.
Each answer that fits the category, and then let's see
Peanut
the right
butter
answer.
sandwich? I could do with a peanut butter sandwich. It's 10 o'clock at night, but you know.
Put one space for each correct answer.
You go bitch, hooded. Oh, sorry it didn't work, friend.
You're
Have a
little
lovely
closer to
evening.
escaping. Oh wait.
Take
did you think
care.
It was going to be just you.
That's why. Because Jinx also wants peanut butter
If those catches
sandwich.
you, they'll steal your life force. Then they
Sweet
can try
dreams,
to
Hooded.
win the game. Here's everyone's next
You love
question.
peanut butter with Nutella? Oh yeah, that is a good combo.
Help them
Chocolate,
catch up to you.
chocolate and peanuts. I love it. Oh shit, I'm supposed to be answering. Ah!
Time is almost up.
Panic! I panic clicked all of them because I wasn't paying attention.
Animals with stripes.
Well, I know it's not the first one. There's a free answer for you guys if it's in time. What's a numbat? I'm a dingbat. Go get peanut butter. You want me to get a peanut butter sandwich now?
Common variety is a fig.
Cobra fig. That sounds legit, right? It was too late. Oh, sorry. Sorry you don't know your horses, man. It's kind of embarrassing that you're here and you don't know your horses, Cupcake. Also, it's peanut butter sandwich time, Moose, so inform Jinx.
Afraid of the dark?
It is time for peanut butter sandwich.
Golf clubs.
Eh? That's a weird name for a club. Like, this is a club that you would go to. Don't listen to the Closet Horse Girl Cup. Shut the fuck up! Ain't nothing closeted here. I talk about horses all the time. What are you talking about?
Don't look back because there's a ghost right there.
You don't have money for horses? Neither do I.
Chicken breeds.
The fuck? Jinx now wants a peanut butter sandwich. Good! Well, Jinx should have a peanut butter sandwich. It is peanut butter sandwich time. Let's go. I need one also. Where am I even? Oh, I'm the purple one.
Next question. Akira Kurosawa films.
I don't know this one. Damn it! Oh! Wait, what?
Lights out for you.
A horse on her 10th birthday? What the fuck?
Cruciferous vegetables. Time is almost
I don't
up.
know what cruciferous means.
I just love all this drama.
Also, Yoda, are you ready to play now?
If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need more than 75% on this question. And if you're still alive and want to break through, you have to get all 3 answer choices right.
Do we have Crayola in South Africa? Or was I too poor growing up to get Crayola?
You're better than I thought. Moving on.
Look at these vultures.
That's an exoskeleton.
Your PC blue screened? Is it okay, Aqua? It's not a free win for me though. Because I done
You have
goofed.
to get all the right answers to escape.
I think atomic one. There we go. Boop. Audience was also like booking it for the end there. No, it was you. It was you. Is your PC okay, Aqua?
Shut up about food, please.
Hi, Amik. Were you in the audience? Let there be carnage. Go eat some food. It's sandwich time. It's sandwich time. Everyone, go get yourself a peanut butter sandwich right now. You turn on to the last question and you got 100% correct. Nice. Audience was close. Audience was close, but Carnage got it.
Jargon, I'm a fly to USA and beat you over the head with a fucking pizza. You asshole.
I'm making your mouth water. You're not even hungry. Man. Who doesn't? Oh shit. Get owned, sir. Yoda's stream is still going. I hope you muted, Yoda. You're heading out, Oxy. Have a lovely evening.
Cupcake, like you know WTF the real pizza is cake.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse, Atomic. Congrats on winning. I think we might be changing games now. So apologies to those who joined for this one. There's another game that I want to play. Release me! Yes, I want to exit. There's another game that I want to play. I don't know, Yoda, are you... Are you ready? Oh, right, because he raided me. It would have been... Oh,
I
that's
go
so
to a family
funny.
Italian restaurant for pizza, you fucking pleb.
Oh! Oh my god! The spiciness going on in chat right now. Can we do blather out? So there's a different game that I want to play. I did have a tab open to myself because of Yoda though, so let me just move it along to somewhere else. There we go. We all good? There was another game that I wanted to play. He ran for a sandwich. So the other game I wanted to play was what is it called? It's on number 5. Madverse City. It's the rapping robots. Are you ready to rap, Yoda? Otherwise we can play the other one that I like playing, the Wheel of Enormous Proportions. You wanna play? Cause release me. What have I done? I goofed, guys. Let me out! I can't see my mouse now. Oh my god. Back. Yes? You're just stuffing your face. You're white as fuck, you can't rap for nothing? It's okay. The robot will do it for you. That's the fun part. We get our robot friend to do it for us. We just write in terrible things. Sorry for the screen there. It's because my Switch is like trying to display. But obviously it's not working. Meow. Gonna go make a peanut butter sandwich. If there's room when I get back, I'll join. Alright. Y'all are making me want a peanut butter sandwich now.
Excuse me.
Do we have enough people? Hi, Skywalker! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Can I make it so that you guys play? I don't have to play? Whoa! Cause I want a sandwich, man. There's the room code. TEGT. Please be nice and don't say rude things. Cause I will ban you. I don't give a shit. I will ban you. Alright. Be nice, everyone. That's all I ask, is that you be nice. Little Bucky! Little Buckeye! Sorry, I can't read. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Get in there, you nerds. You're gonna be making little robots rap for you. And it's gonna be fun and stuff. Me, I'm gonna go make myself a peanut butter sandwich. Everyone does it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hate misreading people's names. Because people misread my name all the time. But I'll be back. I'll be back in a bit. I need a snack. I think we can start. Oh, wait, there's one more. There we go. We can go.
Doors open in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Rich. Hello. Sorry, I was making myself a sandwich.
You know who it is, Shadow Master MC.
Was my VTuber
Got a
doing
lot
weird
of
shit?
different styles of MCs in here.
I have my sandwich.
Rich, tell them how we get down up in here. Hey, yo, big boy, you gotta step to the side over here.
Where are you? Never mind.
You apologize in advance, Rich?
Ask you for a word or a phrase.
Why are you apologizing?
You complete line 1 of your rap. You then write a line that rhymes with it.
Mm.
You do that about 2 times and
I think
have
you can
a
skip.
4-line verse. We hear him back and we vote on that winner, which honestly you all are. Okay, we're moving on then.
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Let them destroy the city. It'll be the robot's fault, not mine. It's time. Time to write. Get them lyrics together. Write a word or a phrase, then an entire line that rhymes with the one that we give back to you. Now you gotta do that twice, all right? Hit that suggestion button if you need it.
I was trying to hide while I was eating. Can we curse? You can say like fuck and shit, but like not slurs. Nothing racial or sexist or anything like that. So you can be nasty, just don't be too nasty. No prejudice kind of shit. Nakaman's done. Woo! Puppy's done. Y'all better be spitting fire. Straight fire. Cupcake's done. Cupcake's got, I think, my favorite robot. Hi, Pocahontas! How are you doing?
Jargon and Nat, stay away with your damn sandwiches. I don't like you both. Made me hungry all stream sad.
I'm sorry, Cupcake. You have experience in the rap game? Oh my goodness, Rich, I didn't notice you were playing until just now. I'm so excited.
Sometime today would be good. Here's the drop.
Oh shit, Llama Yoda, Rich versus Lil Buckeye, Jargon versus Nakaman, Aqua and Clingy Puppy.
I need my players to be sure to give props or tell
I'm looking forward to this.
by using your devices.
That peanut butter sandwich was good, man. Goddamn.
I'm on my way up. I could climb Mount Stena. But I ain't no lemur. You're all a bunch of freemers. It's a showdown, and my words are my pickaxe.
That's what's up.
So don't relax or you'll get your ass collapsed.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh!
That's cool. Next MC.
I've never met an opponent I couldn't drop. Thong, you got talent. This you better stop. Indeed, even rhymes better get a bucket.
That's what it's gonna be then.
The battle is over, so fuck it.
Donk.
Alright, y'all, it's voting time. Let's make it happen.
Nah, this is too hard, man.
those votes in.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, oh yeah?
Everybody voted?
Nice.
We got our winner. Congratulations, yo. Now it's time for the next matchup. Where my two battlers at?
Hey, little black eye and Rich.
When I'm done here, I'm gonna go shave. So stop trying to rap and go back to your cave. When I sense danger, I start to push. You behave like Ito and go hide in a bush.
Oh!
People like that one, so please don't squash them.
All right, it's your turn.
I'm tearing up these streets like a Bigfoot. Her lame lyrics are about to go kaput. I've learned all I know from watching Grey's Anatomy.
Okay.
You're way behind, might wanna try and admit.
Yo, time's a waste. Let's keep it moving. Okay, y'all, now the battle is over.
Straight
Now the user
pandering
devices to vote.
because of the Ito. Oh, I got someone to review my Ito today. And they were like, you don't need to change anything. Whoa! Sorry, little Buckeye.
Okay, there's your winner. It's time for our next battle. So we need the next two cats to step up and get down.
Oh shit. Are you gonna play another round? Yeah, we'll probably play a couple rounds of this.
On my eyes.
Whoa!
Right cupcake bench pressing 30 days. I'm the best MC in all of Florida. I get Richard, y'all just get Florida.
Whoa!
Okay.
Sheesh!
Cool. That's dope. Now let's keep it moving. Come on now, you gotta answer that. Where your strength at in your words?
I'm a cosmic force, so call me the big shrew.
Whoa!
Toughest of words. I'm set to rule, so hand me the ribbon. Leg, my boy.
What?
You need to be counted down. That's just horrible. The battle is over. It's time for you to pick up your devices and vote.
Question mark? That makes sense now why Nakaman finished so quickly. Because that one didn't really make sense.
Pick somebody.
Also, so Ox, the way that it works is that they ask you a question and you fill in a word, and they don't give you a prompt or anything. They just literally give you a question and you fill in a word. So you get really funny raps as a result.
I'm known worldwide from Japan to City.
Whoa!
All your no face being real shit.
Whoa!
I rise to new heights, I'm a master carpenter. I'm up here, yet you're just a F-King amateur.
Whoa!
All right. You heard that. Let's keep it moving. You got an answer for that?
That's why you
Come on,
asked
now,
if you
gotta
could
come
curse.
strong with it.
Hey, puppy!
You better recognize I'm the ultimate rice. I might be too nice. I swim in jewels and bathe, then watch. I suck at the adult eye.
All right, thank you. Now we gotta move on. Okay, now it's over. Who's the dopest rapper? Who's the wackest cat?
This is actually much more fun as a spectator, to be honest.
Votes in expeditiously.
Because whenever I'm playing, my brain is like in panic mode to answer the things. Congrats, Aqua.
All right, y'all, here's your winner. Round one is over. Let's keep it moving. We got some more rounds to go.
Yeah, boy.
Let's go ahead and check the scores.
Okay. Joggin's in the lead. Thanks for the free vote. Oh, I'm sorry, puppy. See, the nice thing is that I just get to sit here and vibe. While you guys have to figure out raps. Jargon's ready. Yay! I called the train! I want to know who was clicking on the destroy puppy hospital. Who's clicking on the destroy?
Okay, you're
What
about
the heck?
halfway through your writing
Stop
time.
clicking on the puppy hospital one. Oh my god, they're still going. Nope. Whoa. Stay alive. Try to survive. What?
Remember to use that write for me button if you're coming up blank.
Whoa!
Put a little pepper on it.
Oh shit! I had way too much fun with that.
Okay, here's the undercard and main event. for
Your brain
round two.
farted? You got typos? Oh no.
You ready for this? Let's get it in.
Hell yeah, let's go. Oh shit, and see round 2. Who are we starting with? Llama, and Puppy.
You're the student. I'm the master.
Oh shit.
I wish this TTS would talk faster. I'll beat you all day and twice on Christmas. No, I won't beat you. I love you too much.
Aww.
Right. See you, Swag.
Your turn. Get ready.
You're not in a pickle, you're in deep gloom. So don't try to get through your stuck home.
Woo.
You take me down, I'll give you $1.
$1?
But better make sure it's for the Rolga.
That was okay. Wasn't the best I heard, but it wasn't the worst either. Time to vote, y'all. Who brought it and who didn't? Did you forget to vote?
Ruger, as in the police? People call them that? Hi, Milky! Hello! Roger? I don't know what Roger is.
Move on, y'all.
Happy New Year, Milky!
Reminisce
How are
robots
you?
at. Let's do this, y'all.
You're done with work? Fantastic. At this late hour. Wait, are you working again,
Why
Miak?
up your skills so cruel. Take out your Yu-Gi-Oh deck and let's begin the duel. Your style is out of a fashion like an old pants. Who wants pizza? It's on me.
You know the Roses
I know you can do
from
better
Top
than that.
Gear as a
That's
police?
you.
Oh, I've never heard that.
The rip-off you sounds just like Spice Girl.
Whoa!
Why don't you give a janitor a whirl?
Whoa!
Respect me now like you respect Brad Pitt.
Whoa!
I don't care you're the president, your raps are still bullshit.
Alright, thanks. Now we gotta move on.
Oh, you help your parents in the restaurant?
We gotta use your
Ah, I
devices to
see, I
find out
see.
Who gonna make it and who gonna get slayed?
I didn't know what to rhyme with mural, so I made it do it for me, so it could be good or bad. Oh no. Money in the
Now we
bank.
got our winner. Nice job, kiddo.
Nice job,
You know
kiddo.
what it is. It's the next matchup.
You call yourself a pro? You can't even ball.
You can't even ballin'.
All I see is you falling.
Whoa!
Let me paint you a mural. I'm the second most attractive person in the room.
The second?
I see what you're working with. All right,
Oh my god.
hunter, and you're the star.
Oh?
It's a fucking miracle, Ty. You could have made it this
Whoa!
far. I'm calling your bluff because you got deleted.
Oh!
This is over cause you've been defeated.
Oh, you got deleted! You got defeated! That's fire, Yoda! Damn! You pulled no punches there, friend. Goddamn.
Use your devices and figure out who it is that was the dope.
I didn't know Yoda was a bully. You both did really well there, though. Them with some sick raps. Did it just say fucking? Yeah, you can swear. Whoa! Damn! You get paid to be a bully.
Good job. We got your winner. Hey, man.
Yoda's the nicest person you know, and then this, right?
I need my next 2 MCs to step up here. You ready to go?
Goddamn. Actually, no troll there. We are rich in jargon. Oh my.
I heard that you're not allowed to dancing. Grammar isn't my strong suit, that's why I'm rapping. Rapping isn't free, so maybe learn sing. I done already told you about the grammar thing.
That was good.
You hear what they just said? You gonna let them get away with that?
This game is really good.
Smashing your dreams like they're made of glass.
What?
One look at your face and I'm like, no
Oh!
thanks. Your raps are slower than the plot of Saving Private Ryan. I'm so bored I'm licking my ass like Family Guy's crying.
Thank y'all.
That was good, Rich. I don't know who to pick. Oh my god.
Did you forget to vote?
Your first one you pulled no punches, so I went hard. This is what happens when Yoda's serious. That makes sense. That voting made sense.
Congratulations, Shorty. That was pretty decent. Good job.
That was very
You know
good,
what
both
time
of
it
you.
is. Second round is done. Let's check the scores.
Yeah, of course. Yoda had to be at the top. Won 300k the one round. That was insane.
Now it's time to get them lyrics flowing. You gotta get in them, so let them have it.
Giant robot versus monster shark, a documentary. I'm just sitting here tapping the shit out of the thing, trying to destroy the secret hideout. Or not a secret hideout. Because we've destroyed everything else. Oh, he's not working for me now? Do the thing, do the thing. There's like a weird bit of a delay with it sometimes. Whoa! Joggin's done already? No ways. So fast. Oh, that was cute. We're terrible people for destroying everything. I mean... Aqua's done. Little Black Eye's done. Nakaman's done. You've been using your clicker macro? Ah. Yeah, I'm just a pleb who's using her thumb because I'm doing it on my phone. But yeah, maybe we'll do a couple rounds of this and then we can do that other one.
Use that right for me button.
Are we doing the ticker one? Oh, I missed that, sorry. What does the ticker say? Judges declare nothing in rules preventing robot dog from entering rap battle. Interesting. Just puppy left. Aw, we ran out of time. Damn it.
Okay, here's the card for the final round.
Lots of money on
Let's
the
go. Rich
Ready?
versus
You ready to get at
Yoda.
'em? Then
Shit.
come on, let's hear that.
Thank you for the onigiri.
I miss the days when you were dirty.
Whoa.
I used to cry when watching Rick and Morty. We could be tight if your skills weren't so annoying. Insert more steamy rapping to get going.
Alright, peace and love. Let's move on. Now what you gonna say after that?
I'm renting space inside your brain.
Whoa.
When I look at you, I see something so fucking
Whoa.
I'm not afraid of you. You remind me of a chicken. I would give you an L, but it's already been given.
Oh my god.
That was okay.
That was spicy, Aqua.
Time to pick somebody to vote for. Let's get those votes in.
Aqua got no chill. Never.
Let's get those votes in.
You got better prompts? Nice. Boy.
You're our winner. Congratulations.
Ah!
All right.
Thank you for the
next two
onigiri.
robots. Let's go.
Just bouncing across the screen.
Hold up now. Just wait a hourly. My brain be powerly filled with sourly nothing. I usually expect to find you in a hell. But instead you're here fucking with the Rishus G.
Alright, thank you. Now we gotta move on.
All right, you're up. Get ready.
Did you mess up? Should I call the actor? Did I say actor? I meant the doctor. Forget Ghostbusters, for you I'd call acting. In bed.
Okay, alright, that's cool. Ding ding, the bell has rang. Vote to see who was the dopest MC.
Down the drain you go.
Let's get those votes in.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember. Maybe I will try in the next round.
You know what you're doing. You know how you're doing, and it's done. You won.
Where my next two robots at?
Oh shit!
Add fuel to the fire and you'll start to kill it. Her terrible mink skills is the only thing you're fulfilling. Your mom is so dumb she says rap rhymes with suck. Sorry, that's why you can't find no one to fuck.
That was kinda cool. I know you can do better.
You just bombed words? I mean,
Respond to that.
it worked.
I'm 1 in a million. You're 1 in 2. Useful as the shit under my shoe. Money's on my mind. Yours is on lions.
Lions?
Better call your mommy. I'ma send you home crying.
Nice work, giant robot. Thank you for not crushing anyone.
Tell me who was the whack cat, and then tell me
Oh
who
my
was the
God.
hotline.
Onigiri! Ah, they're falling off the edge. Oh no, this one came back. We're good. Whoa, so much cheer bonus!
This is what happened. Congratulations.
Rec
Here's
Room
the best of the
Tyler!
best, y'all.
Welcome
Time
to
see
the
who's
posse.
really
Thank you for
number
the
one.
follow. Oh shit!
You don't talk the talk. All I hear is
Ooh.
sport. Even with these raps, you sound like Stephen Hawking.
Whoa.
It's hard not to choke when your arms are pills. So I'll choke on dick instead and earn those dollar bills.
Rich.
Okay, word, cool. Let's go.
Oh my
Now let's
God.
keep it moving. Time for you to answer. You gotta come strong.
You're riding my coattails like I'm a train.
Oh!
I would think your bad rhyming caused pain.
Oh!
What's wrong with you? Were you raised by cow? This battle's over. Give me my trophy.
Oh my god!
You don't need to be thanked because you crushed it. But
You
thank
crushed it!
Now's the time to vote.
You
Start
both
clicking the
crushed
button.
it. Fuck. That was very well done, both of you.
Hit the voting button. Pick somebody.
I almost didn't vote in time because I couldn't decide. I was like, fuck! That was fucking close, man. That was mad shit.
Here's your winner. Courtesy clap. Now let's keep it moving.
Raised by cow
No
surprised you.
contest. Now let's see who won. Be sure to thank him for wrecking the whole city. Thanks for all the battling.
You've got to flip the VTuber back.
My spot while you're on your way out. Watch your
Wait,
feet.
what do you mean?
Watch your feet.
You want it to be upside down? Oh shit! Yoda won? Oh, Yoda almost got 1 million doodles. Damn. That was crazy shit, guys. You wanna go again? Magental folks. This song's good though.
Microphone smash, bash your cats often. You choking on the style that I evoke. The trail I blaze torch my enemies to smoke. So who's next? Press your luck and get stuck with left jabs or full right cross and uppercuts. Get back up. I'm not done with beat downs. This my town. King of the streets and get downs.
We'll do another one. It doesn't work if I click. New players! Because then we'll just let, like, if anyone else new wants to join in. Whoa! Whoops. There we go! BJPI!
We're gonna have us a robot rap battle.
Can we do boomerang? If you have... Oh, I don't have 9. Whoa, you guys are fast. Pew, 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 pew. Get in there, guys. I'm gonna sit out this one again. It's a lot more fun to watch. Do you have 7? I do. I have up to 8. You want to verse Cupcake again? You better get in here, Yoda. There's only 2 spaces left. There we go. You gotta head out. No worries, Ox. Take care of yourself. Have a wonderful evening. Blather around? I don't know that one. You need to describe it while people try to guess it. Ah! It's like charades? Okay, we can do that one. I've never tried that one. Thank you for the suggestion. But yeah, I think we can start. Miyuki, you'll have to start it this time.
Doors open in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
faster down here. Try not to step on a brother, alright? Alright, the mic's in your hand, Rach. Yo, what's up with all these robots?
All right, I can do this. Here's how you do it. We'll ask you for a word or a phrase.
Yeah, you can skip.
Complete line 1 of your rap. You then write a line that rhymes with it. That's fine, moving on. And the verdict is?
Look like we stuck with the robots. Yo, MCs, grab the mic. Time to get them lyrics down. I need you to write a word or a phrase, then an entire line that rhymes with the one that we give back to you. You need help? Just use the suggestion button on your device.
Another person who found the code for this one quite funny. Hey, property. Dating for seniors because you're old, not obsolete. Oh my god. Whoa, one of my friends hasn't been on Steam in a year and 9 months. What are you looking at? We're waiting for people to do the... We're doing the rap thing, so there's like a minute timer left. Oh, jargon's done.
For me to help us fill in your line.
You're about to wash some dishes. No worries, you're gonna hear some sick raps in a moment, Property. So enjoy.
Here's the matchups for round 1. Yo, we got the first 2 robot battle rappers ready to go, so let's go on and get it in. Remember to hit those voting buttons during the rhyme. We need to know
You
if
get
it's
less.
hot
Yeah,
or not.
it's like 2.5 minutes.
I can do it all like I told you yesterday, slacking. With that bitch ass racking all over the hacking. I never need to shower, I smell like a brownies. Because I'm filled with all the Jojo clownies.
Right.
Oh man.
Next robot, grab the mic.
My rhymes fly like rockets, explode like peanut butter.
Whoa!
I say but, no bitches. I won a Nobel Prize for flexing. Rapping's not working. Maybe move on to the next thing.
Jojo clownies.
Alright, now it's time for you to use your devices and vote.
It's all good, Mickey. Oh man.
Voting time, right now. Okay, here's your winner. Congrats. Now it's time for our next matchup. Where my MC's at?
Oh shit.
I'm not playing games, I'm here to doing. Look at this fool, Ain't spitting fire but just chewing. I'm a thing of legend, a regular Joe Biden. I like bagels more than regular bread.
Alright, let's see what you're working with. Now you know you gotta come back after that.
My lines are deep like an episode of regular show. Your lines are as slow as a hoe in a row of undergo OS. Everywhere I go, fans shower me with dragon fruit. Just keep one eye open, cause I'll be ready to shoot.
Whoa! The violence
Wasn't the best
from
I heard,
Aqua.
and it wasn't the worst either. Yo, check it out. Now it's time to use your devices to vote on who brought it stronger.
Oh, did you run out of time and it just... Yeah. Oh, even splits! Nice.
Good job, good job.
Man, why are you touching your nipples, Aqua? What the? That's kind of weird, man.
That's the
Just gonna
biggest thing I've
say.
ever seen in my life.
You're rubbing your nipples there because you
Next
won.
match, Next battle.
Nip rope for disrespect.
I wake up and eat rhymes like grapes. Think you're a hero. Bruh, where's her capes? My rhymes will blast you all the way to Oz. He'll be me and Royally nor some bullshit I don't know.
Yoda.
All right, we heard that. Let's keep it moving. You gotta get back to that one.
I'm a wild animal that you can never eat. What's up with this sporting ass beat? My words are so fresh they smell like a cookie. Am I doing this right? I still don't get it.
Puppy.
All right.
Oh, you also ran out of time. Oh my goodness.
Now it's over. Who's the dopest rapper? Who's the
I love how it
rappest
sounds like Twitch TTS rapping. Yeah, I think they use the same. They use the same bots.
You gotta get them votes in.
Voting's hard though. Like damn. I don't know. Were you Brian?
Congratulations.
Check it out. I need my next battlers up and ready to go.
What, Yoda? Did you just swear?
So long.
What the fuck?
This is my scene. You're Iron Man in Magneto. I'm a legend. A regular Billie Eilish. Something something I'm the best. You're not good.
I can't believe Yoda just swore.
Gotta move on.
Yoda, mind your language. Yoda didn't turn off dick spit. Yoda, go close your shit.
Fluent in cooking. After my lasagna will know I'm able to cook.
Oh?
I never fall down, I stand tall like the pizza.
Pizza?
If you are
Pizza
lucky,
ain't
I
tall.
pin you down to Ibiza.
Yo, time's a wasting. Let's keep it moving. All right, y'all, it's voting time. Let's make it happen. Did you forget to vote?
Whoa! Hundies!
Here's your winner.
Congrats.
Congratulations, Shorty. Good job.
Good job,
That's
shorty.
what I'm talking about, y'all. Good job.
You. Oh no, you woke up your parents. You're getting the chunkler now. Oh my god. As long as it's not the chunkler at the end of the belt, you'll be okay, Yoda. I believe in you.
All right, it's time to get right.
Sorry, Yoda. Dr. Screensaver, the plastic surgeon. Interesting. Oh man, I got hiccups now. No, I just had hiccup. I had one. We're good. It's gone. Also, I like how all the onigiri has collected in a pile in the middle of the screen, and then there's two on the ends. Don't know how that happened, but you know. Also, I'm pressing the button and nothing's happening, man. I've been pressing it for like 30 seconds on the one and it hasn't moved at all. Did I press too fast? No, it's just like, nah, son.
So we're all away with these robots.
Oh, Jargon's done.
They can rap. Okay, just check. Just.
Whoa, whoa! Everyone's finishing. Cupcake's done. Muke's done. Mano's done. Uh-oh. Oh. Yoda's dead. Puppy's dead. Ah, Lefa's done. Me yawning couldn't be me.
You can choose right for me, but you might not like what we give you. Hey, slow motion. We're running out of time.
Ooh. We're running out of time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, nice.
These are the round 2 matchups based on how you did in round 1.
Ooh.
The money gets a lot better in the second round. First battle, let's get it going.
There's a lot of angry
You're the fly swatter.
emotes
I'm the
here.
pig. Just here to clean up after me. I'm going down big. You think
Whoa.
you're a cowboy, but you're really a firefighter. Watch set this place on fire. My words turning brighter.
Whoa!
Ooh, I see we got a pro.
You didn't finish? Oh no, Aqua!
You're on deck. Let's go. Come on.
I'm going light speed, you're driving a plane.
Spit your truth.
Man, I am so cool, I am here straight slaying. You look familiar like an odd-shaped head. Also your mom. Roast.
Your mom, a classic.
Time to vote, y'all. Who brought it and who didn't?
Hi, Hassan. Hello, hello. Tian? Hassan the studious, yeah.
Congratulations. You got our winner.
Because he's a
Where
phone.
my 2 MCs?
You just
Let's
finished
go.
studying? Nice. Not too late.
You want to be me, but you're just too silly. Your ex just told me you have the smallest lil willy. I'm getting to you. You look all pretty.
That's what I'm talking about.
Pretty bad. Admit it, you suck at Mad vs. City.
Alright, peace and love. Let's move on. It's time for you to answer that one. You gotta come strong too.
I'm here entertaining. You're out here slugging. You ain't got no reason to be bugging. Compared to my words, yours are busting. Without a cranium, you are full on rusting.
Alright, I see you, Flag.
You're shitting next
Somebody
week?
to vote for. Let's get those votes
You have
in.
exams on Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday? Damn. Half day to study for each exam. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hit the voting button. Pick somebody.
Have you been studying though, Hassan? Like, do you think you'll be fine? Because that's hectic.
Now my next 2 battlers are up and they ready to roll.
That's a really hectic schedule for exams. Like, damn.
Just come at me if you want to get defeated.
What?
Seems to me your HP bar's getting depleted.
What?
You got no style, got your clothes from Ohio. This particular line is scratch and sniff.
Not Ohio, man! Aqua! Not Ohio!
It's your turn. Let's get it in.
It doesn't help that you're not very pretty. You try to rhyme, but your mind just ain't witty.
Oh my god.
If I knock you back, don't get sad. Even on Verse City, you can't get mad.
Thank y'all. Let's keep
Man.
moving. All right, now
You just got Ohio'd.
Now who gonna make it and who gonna
Aqua teabagging while rapping. I don't know who to vote for. Oh man. Shit, that was a hard round. Wait, I didn't get to vote? Man. There was still time on the timer.
Good job. Congratulations. Hey man, please.
You touching your nips again?
Where my
God
MCs
damn.
at? Come on,
Relax,
get
Aqua.
down. Let's get it started.
Oh shit, it's Yoda versus Jargon. Let's go.
Your busted rhymes are a crime against Booger. I'll eat you up like lions and the Kruger. You like emojis? Well, here's a fart. Your rhymes are trash. Mine are works of art.
Oh!
Okay.
Winning nipple touch. Yeah, that's not strange at all, Aqua. It's pretty standard, right?
Maybe you'll understand when you're smart.
Oh!
Jargon is just a stinky farter.
Whoa!
I'm not safe for work. You're an episode of Scooby-Doo. Not scary, not funny, just full of...
Listen, these two know me really well. They know fart jokes work.
Time to vote. So start clicking that button.
That was good, man. That was good.
Did you forget to vote?
Touching nips makes his head spin. Did it really? Whoa! Thank you for the onigiris. It did drift off the screen though for some reason.
We got our winner.
Why is it doing that?
Yeah, now the battle is getting heated. Now let's check out the numbers.
Oh,
Let's
because
see
the
who
thing
winning
was
this
being
right now.
weird. The thing is wrong, size-wise. But it's okay.
Same drill as before. You gotta dig deep into your brain and pull them lyrics out.
Yeah. Turn Dexter back on real quick. Oh man.
Aqua 08 screen. The fitness gram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity
Oh my
test
gosh.
that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly, but gets faster each minute after you hear this signal. Beep. A single lap should be completed each time you hear this sound. Ding. Remember to run in a straight line, and run as long as possible. The secco.
Eh? Why did he just stop? That was weird. The second time you failed to complete a lap before the sound. Your test is... Question mark, question mark, question mark. Online party games, they're not just for losers anymore. That's funny. Because that's literally their game. Also, I'm pretty sure I did that test when I was in school, and because I'm a really unfit bumbo, like, I didn't do very well. But the sooner you were an unfit bumbo, the sooner you would get to sit and do nothing. So I didn't mind being an unfit bumbo. Meant I got to be a lazy bum. It's like torture device for kids. Just make them run. Lazy? I'm the laziest. I didn't play sports in school. I played video games. Back then, they did not count as a sport.
Come on now.
Now they have esports in school, and I'm like, where the fuck were you when I was in school? Not that I play anything competitive, but you know, I probably would have if it counted as a sport. I would have got left alone. Every year the teachers were like, so what sport are you playing this year? And I'd be like, none.
Oh my word. This
Yeah, bitch.
card looks amazing.
Check it
Of
out.
course I didn't say
Next
that.
time around, let's
But
get
they
it
were
in,
very
y'all.
pushy and very annoying about playing sports that I was not interested in playing.
Your wordplay is whack. Your threads are lazy. You think you can hold a candle to me? You're crazy. I won't give you the finger, I'll give you the toe. There are participation trophies, right?
Alright.
Ah, Siku! Hello. Living through life is enough of a sport as it is. Truly.
I like a patchwork of junk.
Whoa.
All filler with no fucking spunk.
Whoa, no spunk, my dude.
Taking you down like an ugly drunk.
Whoa!
You're already filled with all the skunks.
Whoa, how stinky.
Amazing work. Please.
Stinky. Because you're filled with skunks.
It's time for you to pick up your devices and
You love playing sport as much as gaming? No, thank you. Miss me with that shit.
time to vote.
You should play FIFA. I would rather die. Her son. I would rather die.
There's your winner.
Now it's time for the next couple of MCs to get down.
Here's the difference between you and Pope. This stage is your prison. You just dropped the soap.
Whoa!
You should be ashamed. You rhyme so rosy. When your mom sees me, she spreads her legs like him, Moses.
Alright, thank you. Now we gotta move on. Did you hear what they just said? Come on now, don't let them get away with that.
I heard what you said. That's the last pan. Of your rhymes in personally, I'm not a fan.
Okay.
Don't come at me with that big gold head. Are we at a funeral? Cause this fool is dead.
That was okay. Now let's keep it moving. The battle is now officially over. Use your devices and figure out who it is that was the dopest MC.
This game is so much fun. This one, I'm gonna be honest with you. As a spectator, it's a lot of fun. As a person who has to make up the rhymes, I think it's a little bit more challenging.
Those votes in expeditiously. Congratulations, Shorty. That was pretty decent. Good job.
I keep forgetting to listen to which voice the different robots have.
Angle is to turn you angrily. Not an angel, but that's what you'll be naturally. You look like you were dressed by a YouTuber. Not a good one, but the one that begs for subscriber.
Okay, cool. Let's go. Now let's keep it moving.
Subscribe and like.
You look like you got caught in rain. Doesn't help you clear your little brain. I don't sweat the small stuff and you're very wee tiny. You'll fall asleep wet thinking of me being sunshine.
Great job, gigantic robot. We are
Check it. Tell me who was the whack cat. and then tell
You
me
just
who was the
posted
hot
cringe, you're going to lose subscriber. Oh my gosh.
You gotta get them votes in.
My face hurts from laughing. Oh my gosh. Oh, even splits. Nice.
And our winner is you. Congratulations.
Check it out. Final battle. Who's the last one standing?
When Aqua just wrote in chat, now you posted cringe, I was like, did I post something now? And I was like, no, wait, I posted something earlier.
It makes me losing. Please, old man, come on. farting snoot. You are not so hot. You're a regular cow. Your generation is overold man. Time to say ciao.
Yeah, it's your turn now.
It's funny that his opponent was Jargon.
You seem to be lost. Now go back to the park. I know you're gonna miss the mark. I feel bad for you, cause here comes my banana.
Whoa!
Oh wow, that got more sexual than I expected. Too bad.
Alright, thanks. Now we gotta move on. Ding ding, the bell has rang. Vote to see who was the dopest MC.
Give it to the brick Nokia robot to call someone old. I mean, isn't Jargon a Walkman? He looks like a Walkman. Sing for money, don't jiggle jiggle. It does a little bit actually.
Congratulations, yo.
Oh
That
man.
was dope, but now we gotta see who won.
Yes, you're a floppy disk. Whoa! Milky won!
Nothing else to see here. Let's keep it moving. Break it up. Break it up. Yo, check it out. This is Shadow Master MC. You already know the business. We up out of here.
GG's, guys. So Miyuki, then Yoda, Letba, Jargon, Aqua, Cupcake, Mano, and Puppy. Can we do Blather? Yeah, we're gonna do Blather. Yes. Goodbye to this game. So which one was that on? That was on 7, hey? Yeah. What? Yes. Thanks, guys. You have load shedding in an hour? Oh, fuck. I need to check. Sorry, for those of you who don't know, I live in Africa. And, our government's not very good at keeping the electricity on. Where? Where? Let me exit this one first. Sorry, I don't know. My game capture disappeared, so I'm just using my Genshin Impact one currently. Why is this so loud? Goddamn, my ear holes. Woof! The colors. Sorry. Yeah, Madverse is pretty good. Alright, so... I always forget how these things work. Goddamn. Alright, so... This one. I do have load shedding at midnight, but maybe we can do one round of this one? I don't know how long it'll take. Ba-ba-bum. Bum-bum.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, you can only have 6 players? Oh. Profanity filter, moderate. No. Off. Y'all can be profane, okay? You can say fuck and shit and crap and that kind of stuff, but if there's any like prejudice kind of things, racist, sexist, none of that. None of that. Or I'll fight you. And by fight you, I mean I will ban you. Yeah? We good? We on the same page there? I'm just gonna... Yeah. Check yourself before you wreck yourself is basically what I'm saying.
No horrible stuff or banmos enforced damage.
Yes, yes, yes. Whoa! Y'all were fast as fuck. Holy shit. God damn. Are y'all real people?
Welcome to Blather Round, the game where friends become family and family becomes double family.
Oh no.
You're going to present a secret prompt, like Moby Dick.
I haven't played
You'll
this
describe
before.
it to everyone else with sentences like this one. Now, you can change some of these words, but your options are very limited. Everyone else will be guessing, while you make more elaborate sentences. Oh, it's a lot like Free Willy too. Moby Dick! Be fast to
Is this
win big.
Alabama? Oh no.
And teamwork is rewarded, so talk out loud and work together.
Wait, we have to talk? So I don't normally play these kinds of games that require talking,
Round one.
just because I don't do VC with people.
On your device, there's a list of prompts. Pick the one you like. If you pick a harder prompt, you'll get more points if someone guesses it right.
It doesn't require talking, but it's fun either way. Ah.
Time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Also, Yoda, you're not allowed to leave.
Okay, slowpokes. I'll pick a prompt for you. Now you're going to craft a sentence that
No, Yoda.
describes your prompt. On your device, you'll see 2 word columns. Tap all the words you want to include in your sentence, and then tap submit when you're finished.
Wait,
And
this
you can
seems
choose more than
hard.
1 word in each column, if you want to get creative.
Oh, I'm glad that I hit submit before I listened to the thing. You gonna get your Genshin codes in? Yeah. Go do it. In fact, I still need to do mine. Shit. Redeem for all servers? Yeah, do that as well. I need to do that before I go bed.
Time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Oh man, I picked a hard one. You redeemed on Asia for hoarding? Do you have a big hoard?
The category is place.
Place?
It's a blanky blank.
It's a blanky blank?
You have to do now. Guess. That means everyone in the audience too.
Nice.
Meanwhile, the presenter will write another
Boy.
sentence.
Hole.
Purgatory. Empty.
Quiplash is a good one too. You
Yeah.
get a prompt and it puts 2 people against each other.
Black
One
hole.
with the funniest answer wins. Oh, yeah.
Space.
Darkness.
If you can't make a helpful sentence, use the skip button to get a new sentence with new words.
I literally don't have brain.
What the fuck is a blanky blank?
Man.
Maybe you should just submit the sentence and find better luck with the next one.
Give us hints.
Crap.
Rampy, so test is a multi.
Yoda.
Is Yoda?
Got long left.
Sir.
Did you get disconnected?
Hey, presenter, let's go, 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 go.
Airship.
Sorry, guys. I think maybe he got
Time is
disconnected.
almost up.
Jesus!
Jesus.
Ooh, a rough start to the game. Nobody got it right. If you saw the answer
Yoda.
and thought, oh, that makes sense, then hit my bad on your device.
Your internet died? Oh.
The
Sorry,
category
Yoda.
is person. Perfect. I happen to be a person myself.
Oh no, it's me!
They're a cruel individual.
Off you go.
Oh!
See them.
Shrek.
They're so wrinkled.
Cruella Devil.
Wall-
They would be friends with Adolf.
When the presenter uses
Which?
your guess in a sentence, you get points.
Old Peepo.
Stalin.
Known for the certain sacrifice.
What?
Jesus.
Flat Earther.
No.
Oh man. The prompts are so bad.
And they're in a movie about the stone.
Oh,
God.
what a tasty
Stones,
sentence.
actually. I wanted
Time's
plural.
running out. Submit more guesses.
Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chillin'. Ah! Guys.
Someone got it.
Wait, what? How? Bruh. Chilling with the homies, Jinxie!
And everyone who contributed a helpful guess.
Okay, so the
gets
prompts
some
were
points
really
too.
bad, and I kept skipping, but it wasn't giving me good things.
The category is place.
Anyway, sorry guys. Sorry, Jinxie, we're just in the middle of a round now. How are you doing? How was your stream? You're playing some DBDs? How's it going, cutie? Oh shit. What?
You did so well, I'm literally gonna buy you a boat. Not a joke. Talk to me after.
Also, oh my goodness. Yeah, sorry guys. Welcome, welcome,
Look at you and your
Rebel
fancy words.
and Jinxie. Welcome to all the other raiders as well.
The category is
I'm
thin.
like struggling to focus on anything currently. It's a tall, colorful specimen.
It's a tall, colorful specimen.
What?
And we're off.
What?
Wow, that was pretty good. Nice! You did this very specific thing.
Y'all mad. Y'all crazy. What the heck?
The category is place.
You gonna make dinner
happy place
at this
payment
hour,
14.
Jinxie? Enjoy,
Time to
enjoy.
begin. If there were a Blather Round Hall of Fame, you'd be in it.
Oh damn, he gets home super late then. Well, enjoy Dindins. I
Okay,
hope
the
it's super
Incredibles
tasty,
store
Jinxie,
called,
and thank
they
you again
said
so
Artie
much for the
merchandise
raid.
in the Incredibles store
Whoa.
because that was
Thank you for the
incredible.
onigiris.
Okay, it's finally your turn. The category is person.
They're a living somebody.
And so it begins.
Joseph.
Walking Dead.
Canton's to guess it from that.
Obama's still alive, right?
Yo mama.
She does move.
They're
Wow.
younger than Obama.
Not Chester Bennington.
She's so middle-aged.
You have a
Chicken
way
wing,
with
chicken
words.
wing.
Obama Jr.
Obama Jr.
Selena Gomez.
Hot dog and bologna.
Taylor Swift.
They're kinda similar
The Queen
to
is not
Chester
alive.
Bennington.
The Queen. Clinton.
Time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Hi, Dreamy. Blissful music.
Known for the blissful music.
Oprah.
Billie Eilish. I can't remember how to spell her name. Taylor Swift. Fuck.
They're kinda similar to Taylor Swift.
Aw, at least you'll get a participation trophy.
Blissful music.
No, you won't. Let's see how the points came out. Look at all those numbers.
Why do I
They
have
certainly
points?
mean
What did I
things
do?
in relation to each other? You bet.
I don't actually know how we made any points. I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand. Also, don't
Points
say
are
sorry. Don't say sorry. Puppy.
Here we go again.
Nah,
Beautiful
man.
new prompt.
Who the hell is that?
Remember, you don't have to be an expert on your prompt. You just need to know the main stuff.
No, I don't know any
Friends
stuff.
is about a group of colleagues. Write a sentence to describe your new prompt. Did you know that you can scroll the lists up and down? You might have more words than you think.
Oh, there we go. I have mine. Head is always empty.
It's your turn. The category is
Person.
They're a fictional beast.
Here we go.
Unicorn. Shrek.
Wolverine. Thanos.
Sully.
Minotaur. The Beast.
They have the movie.
Cerberus.
Vampire.
Dinosaur. Monsters Incorporated.
Dracula.
The Hulk.
Beast the movie.
Frankenstein.
You're off to game. Enjoy, Poppy. Also, thank you for the lurkies, Cupcake.
Joker.
They're kinda similar to dinosaur. Dragon.
Oh?
They're so colossal.
We all got together and decided.
Jurassic
we love
Park.
that sentence.
Smab.
Smag? I have no idea. Godzilla! Nice. Good job, Yoda. I'm still confused where I got points. I'm not gonna lie.
You should be proud of what you've done here today. This is gonna be a person. Delightful. I love people.
They're a rude being.
Let's get the presentation started.
Yo mama. Satan.
Trump.
Oh! I see.
The Grinch.
Dracula.
Cats.
Frankenstein. Thanos. Frank Sinatra.
Come on, presenter. Just go ahead and write something.
Logan Paul. Yeah.
Greta Thunberg.
I'm sure you'll pick the right word. Eventually.
Devil.
You know what they say. Better done.
They are in a movie.
Cupcake.
Stalin. Lenin.
More famous than Thanos?
Tom Cruise.
Time is running out. Time to take some big swings.
Oi, oi, oi.
Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon Ramsay. He's so stupendous.
So stupendous.
Tom Cruise.
They're nothing like Gordon Ramsay.
Professor.
It's almost over. Keep guessing.
Voldemort.
Bro, I couldn't. They're a rude.
That's a shame. You'll do better next time.
Okay, it kind of makes sense. We done goofed there.
Category is place.
You hate Tom Cruise? Really? Man, I saw him on TikTok the other day and I was like, why the fuck am I watching this?
It's an old environment.
Here we go.
I'm fighting the temptation to write your mom's womb.
Atlantis.
It's where you view the shape.
It's where you view the shape.
Rome.
I just hate Tom Cruise because he has a middle tooth. And it bothers me.
The fitness gram peso test is a muddy. The fitness gram.
It's bigger than Rome and Pangaea.
Italy.
So much terrace architectural wonder.
Oh, what a marvelous sentence.
Damn it.
It's more general than Tower.
Bigger than Pangaea.
Paris.
Planet.
Mainly his beliefs. Ah. Ancient architecture.
This place has an ancient architecture.
Egypt.
But I also think he's a shit actor.
New York.
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
It's a lot like Egypt.
Ooh, that sentence is a beauty. The timer stops for no one. Get those guesses in.
Jerusalem.
Desert.
Oh man, I'm so
Only a
bad at
few
this game.
seconds left.
The universe.
Middle East.
Machu Picchu. Shit.
Well, that didn't go well, but I still love you. The category is story.
Goddamn.
It's a story about a teeny human.
Off you go.
I'm gonna be honest.
The Bible.
Minions.
I don't know what it's about.
Dwarf.
Adam's Family.
Red Riding Hood.
Yoda.
Underscore potato.
The Simpsons.
The Gruffalo.
Sorry,
The Simpsons.
Tom and Jerry.
Family Guy. BoJack Horseman.
Thumbelina.
The fitness gram peso test.
Whoa. A dramatic gal.
All the cool words were invited to that sentence.
Sabrina.
Cinderella.
Twin Peaks.
No, it's definitely not.
Twilight.
Get your guesses in before this thing wraps up.
I don't know. the prompt is so bad.
Time is almost up.
Wizards of Waverly Place.
When you guys spam like that, I can't actually pick anything, so I'm just gonna give up.
I'm sure you would have gotten it eventually. The category is story.
It's a story about an amazing multicolored crew.
Let's do this.
The Avengers.
Avengers.
Apollo 13.
And the Rainbow Violence.
Narnia.
Shrek.
My Little Pony.
My Little Pony.
Oh yeah?
It's a different genre than My Little Pony.
Transformers.
Does story automatically mean movie?
Whoa. An extraterrestrial lady.
Sleep.
Now that's a sentence.
Captain Marvel. She-Hulk.
Tilda Swinton.
Yes.
Some episodes are kinda like the Avengers.
Oh, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
What?
Batwoman.
The hero goes to the suit.
The Justice
Time is
League.
almost up.
Ah, that was
Oops,
good.
You failed.
That was good, Yoda.
Last presenter. The category is thing.
Rainbow violence. I mean, it's pretty good.
It's a rude thing.
Off you go.
You.
Me.
It is used for the war.
Being late. Weapon. Weapons.
Grenada. Nuke.
Talk about dangerous barbaric.
An amuse-bouche of a sentence.
It's a lot like weapon.
What a fabulous sentence you've made.
Swords.
It is the weapon.
It is the weapon.
Oh, there's thunder.
It's a lot like swords.
Gun.
Oh, feudal society.
Oh, Yoda! Outing yourself there as a fucking weeb.
fucking pull up in a great way, got you on myself. I'm a fucking addicted, got you on myself. I'm a see you dig deep, I don't
Here's
give
the
a fuck
part
about what you're
competitive
saying.
people
I'm
like.
a hand
The
quick wait
scoreboard.
bitch. You want my headless, I'm a pull up on your homie with a
Marvelous,
blank bitch.
fabulous winner is. Look at you.
Cupcake, what the
Thanks
fuck?
For playing. We really hit it off, didn't we?
Uh.
We're friends now, right? Then don't leave. Oh, please, God, don't leave me alone.
Alright. I won't be able to do anymore. Can you guys hear the thunder? Was packing and listening to music. You took the moment to type that out for us, Cupcake. Thank you. But I do need to, unfortunately, I do need to skedoodle now because my power is gonna go off very soon. So unfortunately won't be able to do any more rounds. But yeah, we can take a look at Quiplash for next time. I want to try and do this like every Friday. So I'll play a little bit of something at first and then we'll switch over. But unfortunately, I live in a country where my electricity doesn't stay on when it's supposed to. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go soonish. Not right now. I might just sit here and chill with you guys for a little bit. But yeah, I live in a shitty country. So I don't want to start a round and then we can't actually like finish it because my power's going to go out. That would suck, I think. So rather don't start anything that we can't finish. You came a bit late. Fuck you. Bye, Aqua. It was nice to meet you. I hope you had fun. But yeah, let me exit this game. Release me. These games are so loud. And it's so hard to get away from. Release me! There we go. Alright, yeah. You did fuck all work today? Uh-oh. Didn't you get... You said you got... I saw the chat that you and Llama had earlier. You said you got some work done, right? Bye, puppy! It was nice to meet you too. Take care. Was super fun. Thanks for the stream and the laughs. Yeah, you guys made this definitely a Friday. I saw nothing. I saw everything, actually. You guys wanted to use my chat as a DM. Obviously, I was gonna see it, you know. You did something this morning. I mean, that's fine. You still have 20 minutes. You could do something quickly, right? Just like smoosh something together quick. It should be fun. We were just waiting potato. Yeah, my power came back at like 22 and then I had to get all my shit ready. Not my fault you were... It's not my fault. It's not my fault I was late. My power didn't come back. Because it was supposed to come back 6:30 and only came like 10 minutes later. So I was just sitting around waiting for it to come back and that really sucked. So that was pretty annoying. But you know, it'd be like that sometimes. Sometimes the power just doesn't come back. It's okay. It sucks though, but it's okay. You know, it'd be like that sometimes. Freaking power, man, imagine. What stage are we at? I think we're on stage 4. Stage 3 starts tomorrow at 5. How does this work? This is very confusing. So they keep switching between 3 and 4. But we are on 4 currently. Then stage 3 starts at 5 AM and then goes until 4 PM. And then at 4 PM we go to stage 4. So my power's going to be off at midnight. Yeah, it's going to be off at midnight. Comes back at 2:30. Then it's off from 8 until 10:30 and then 4 until 6:30. Watch next week become doo-doo when school and people start work. Oh yeah, is that happening? Are people going back next week? Shit. Actually, I'm curious. So, like, my school didn't really have much in the way of technology. The only thing I can think of that we were affected by was, like, lights. But even then, I don't really remember it being such an issue when I was in school. And I know that was a long time ago. I know that was a hell of a long time ago. But, like, I'm curious about the people who are just finishing school. Like school. Like, does it suck for them? Is it bad? These chuckle fucks running ESCOM? Yeah, definitely. And that other CEO left because he was like, yeah, fuck these guys. They're a bunch of dummies. So I didn't know this before, but apparently the guy that they brought in, and I don't even know what his name was, but they brought some guy in who was supposedly, let me also just change this. They supposedly brought in some guy who is well known for or has had a lot of experience with like recovering failing businesses. And even he wasn't able to do anything with ESCOM, and I'm just like, damn. That's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? This guy who's supposedly really good at doing this, and even he couldn't save ESCOM. Actual bunch of chuckle fucks. I think the problem is just the greedy people with deep pockets. I don't know. Because whenever we hear, oh yeah, you know, there's shit going down at ESCOM, it's always like, oh yeah, corruption. So like, what? Is that actually what's happening? There's just a whole lot of corruption going on. It's got nothing to do with anything else. It's literally just people siphoning money into their pockets. Because that's what it sounds like. And I'll be honest, I don't keep up with all the nonsense going on, but what else could it be? Because nothing is maintained, nothing is kept in working order, everything just keeps falling apart. $12? Oh wait, are you also off at midnight, Yoda? Need a revolution? Yeah, right. My younger cousin's school had to stop using projectors because the schedule became too unreliable. Oof. Even like those shitty old overhead projectors, because that's what I had in school, but the teachers very seldom use them. Need to be able to take my car out the garage. Oh shit. You don't get load shedding anymore? Wait, what? When were you supposed to have load shedding, Yoda? I wish they'd forget me and like actually turn my power back on sometimes. That would be nice. They felt bad after all your power issues. That sounds nice. In the past 2 months, you've had load shedding 3 times? What the heck? Do you still like prepare and like turn things off, Yoda? Because I mean, I turn things off, but sometimes the power stays on and I'm just like, what the fuck? You do? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Just annoying if you do, like especially if you're streaming and you stop stream. That's super annoying. Because it's like turning, well, it's ending your stream, but it's also turning all your shit off. And I guess before that, making sure everything's charged. Me, I have to go play Cookie Run now after stream. Because my phone was dead during load shedding. I didn't charge it beforehand. And then yeah, I was just being a lazy butt. Oh yeah, Cookie Run. Did you forget about it again, Yoda? You know I can see when last you logged in and stuff. Moose was telling me earlier as well that they haven't logged in for a while, and I was like, yeah, I know. You didn't finish the cakes? No. Did you run out of like the energy stuff? Speaking of garage, it was still open. Oh my god, Cupcake, you do not live in a country where your garage should be left open. Sir, please. You could only refresh 5 times and you needed 9. Ah, no pain. So if you'd done it maybe 1 day earlier, fuck. Well, Joggin, don't you leave your garage open as well? Okay, Cupcake, I don't know cars, but I'll take your word for it. You were on Cookie for a few days, grinding for Sherbet Cookie. You didn't get him, so you didn't play? Oh, Yoda! Man. You have a few times. It's very bad. The garage door is never locked. Well, don't say that too loud. What do people hear you? It's a small car. Hyundai. I mean... Yeah, I know exactly what that is, Cupcake. I know cars, yeah. I know like a handful of cars. Because it's either cars that Ray had, or it's cars that Ray talks about. Still very irresponsible? It is! In this country! If you see it, you'll be like, oh, yeah, probably. Ray does that to me all the time. He's like, yeah, it's a blah, 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 blah. I've told you about this car before. And I'm like, mm-hmm. And then he points it out, and it like zooms past, and I'm like, I did not see it. Sorry. And then he gets home, and he shows me a picture, and he's like, this is the car I was talking about. And I'm like, yeah? Okay. I don't know cars, man. It's my mom's car and garage. I just needed this weekend. Even worse, you're leaving your mom's car out. Hello, Bear Wrangler Manga. We're talking about you pointing out cars to me and me not knowing what they are. Never having any recognition. A car that you've spoken about like 20 times, and I'm just like, uh-huh. And then you show me the picture. There we go, BRC. I actually saw one of those. He pointed it out in time this last time we saw it. If you put it in a lineup with like a few cars that looked similar, I wouldn't be able to point it out though. Make like my dad, every car is either a Kia or not a Kia. Yeah, that's I know his BMW and that's about it. It either looks like Ray's car or it doesn't look like Ray's car. That's all I can tell you. Your poor shit machine sits in the sun and rain. Oh, rip. He's not wrong. Not wrong at all. It is true. And you can use that little life hack there for basically any car. It's either Ray's car or it isn't Ray's car. To be fair, I don't really see that many cars that look like Ray's anyway, so... Most cars are not like his car. That's just... yeah. That's how that works. It's not very effective, I guess. Oh, God. But yes, the vroom vrooms. I don't know them vroom vrooms. But it's okay. Because Ray probably doesn't know anything about horses. So it's okay. He knows about as much as I've told him. Which is probably not much, to be fair. I'm in my mum's car. Boom, boom. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. No, I'm angry. Yoda can be disappointed. I'm angry. Cars also have horses? Yeah, Ray's car's got loads of horses. I don't know where he keeps them all. It's a very small car. I don't know where he puts them. The boot's not very big. So I don't know where the horses go. There must be teeny tiny horses. Teeny tiny ponies. Tiny horses. The garage has been left open before. Oh my... Cupcake, do you want to die? Because that's how you die. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The trunk? The boot? In the boot, you mean? The trunk is what the elephant has. The boot is where you put the things in the car. Don't put the bad juju out there. No, just close your damn garage. I'll show you a boot. Whoa! The threats, the aggression. God damn. Ain't no peace in this house. Boot, you American fuck. I almost typed the raid message in someone else's chat. That would not have gone down well. Alright, let me a Joburg boot? No. No. I'm just being the responsible friend you clearly need. I agree, actually. Alright. I don't know what this little nugget's doing, but for those of you who know Kai, we're going over to Kai. Can't believe you K'd me. Wow. Wow. Cupcake, the Omdamsity. The Lion, the Witch, and the Omdamsity of this bitch. Yes, everyone. Your brother used to text back K and it made you so angry. You got a whole notification and everything just for a K. Alright, everyone, please take care. Have a lovely, lovely weekend. I'll be back next week as usual. But yes, we're going over to Kai. So let's set up that raid. Daddy, I will ban you. Don't try me, bitch. Okay. Be good. Yeah? Bye. Moose! Okay. We go now. Did you guys take the raid message? Dan, did you take the raid message? Dan in particular, take the raid message. Everyone else, it's optional. Did you? Did you really? Alright, sorry that the stream was a bit shorter today, but y'all know how it is. That load shedding shit. It is ready. Oh, he's gonna say nat raid again, this motherfucker. Anyway. K, bye. K, bye, everyone. Bye. K, bye. Bye. K. Thank you, everybody. This was a very fun stream. We'll do more. Community nights on Fridays. Yeah. K, bye. Thanks.